Mark one on the backside.
It's normally 3 on the inside, 2 on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
We really did. I kind of like it though. I kind of
Hey,
like it because it,
good diversity, right?
yeah, that and they can't, person can't like sit and infiltrate and wait for you. The sitcom and then try to kill you there because you could be going a completely opposite direction.
I do wish it'd sync up for groups though.
Yeah, I do wish that.
Sync for parties.
If you had a group, you grabbed it. Yeah. We basically had last night. We had about 10 of us, and we kind of just went like outside the gate and said, "All right, who's got this? Cool, who's got this? All right, you follow him. I'll follow this person. Let's go." That's kind of how we ended up doing it. Oh yeah, yeah. That's what I would love for that to happen. Yeah.
Here's one right here if you haven't gotten it. I got infiltrate. Oh shit! Scared the shit
So
out
is
of me.
that fort one worth a lot?
I think it's worth the same.
It's just all of our quests gonna be 20% more now.
Where you're heading towards the water.
Yeah. Then it gets deep out of nowhere.
So you can cross in the middle there, but there's a whole bunch of elite alligators there. So yeah, I just found out about the elite alligators while crossing through there. But, yeah, I
The
mean, I
more
can.
you
Yeah, I was able to dodge out of the way from this part, but you guys are in heavy armor, so
know. Oh, we got some purple chilling back here by the. Well, if they're smart, they would just be like, "Yeah, go ahead and take it, and then we can go back to business as usual as a map fighting each other." There's no reason for a company to have it, regardless of whatever color the company is. Disconnected. Okay, that's good. No, I agree. There you go. Good call.
do we know when they're doing that yet?
I've heard reports that the tests went absolutely horrible.
Yep.
And I've heard some that it went iffy. I haven't heard none that said it went really good.
The last, what do you? Yep. They did server merger test on the what do you call it? PTR.
PTR.
Yeah,
Public test run. Yeah.
I have enemy intelligence and I have infiltrate, so two opposite ends.
Both of mine are on the east side. So
Works for me. Yeah, I'm just gonna apparently do this glitch thing where every time I run now, I slide on 1 foot forever. I mean, my guy moves faster, so I'm not like complaining. He moves pretty quick for it, but still, it's like nothing I can do about it. Right. I feel you. No, I got you. Well, what's crazy is I respect, right? Because we actually had a need at, melee. I originally was melee DPS when I first started playing the game. And then when we created the company, I noticed we had 0 range characters in our company at all. So I respected that. And then I saw a bunch of, when Fire Staff and Ice Scholar became like a big thing, a bunch of people switched to like that. So then it left like a huge gap at melee. So I went back to melee. But as soon as I did that, I noticed a bunch of people. We started recruiting a few people here and there, and they were melee, so I switched back to range. That's what I was, I got really used to it in the long time that I've been doing it. So works for me. Whatever they need me to do. Yeah, it's a different. I mean, we have one guy I know, Lord Beefy in our company. Like he had been healer and a very good. He was one of the. He was the first one to leave. One of the first ones to leave Chet LLC because he didn't like their like vibe. He just didn't like them. You know what I mean? And he came over here, and I remember seeing him in on top of the leaderboards in some of those wars when it comes to his healing, and he can still heal. He has the equipment to heal, but he also went out and got a bunch of armor and weapons to be melee DPS when we need it to be. You know what I mean? So we have quite a few people who are like, "Hey, I could be either or, whatever you need me to be." That's what's up. Oh, for sure. Especially since they decreased what it takes to respec. That's what really, really helped. You know what I mean? Before it cost an arm and a leg.
I'll be honest, I don't really care for the Void Gauntlet, so it's probably going to take me a while to get that up.
Oh, yes, you do.
He said, "Oh,
Yeah,
yes,
get
you
done now. You know you can't complete the weapons quest for it.
I won't
Unless you
go
do the
pick
quest
it up
beforehand.
anyways. I still have all the other ones.
It was interesting. I thought it might die at some points, but it worked out.
Well, wouldn't be Reekwater if you didn't, right? Reekwater's basically the Australia of the map. Everything here can and will kill you.
Wait, so what am I supposed to do here? Here it is. I see it. Hide behind the tree.
We can just run around. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
I wish I was Bo right now.
It was actually pretty solid. The only real, like we said, we had a bunch of we had a couple of 40s and stuff, and the guys like, "Hey, I know we're this level, but if you need us to help," I said, we got you. We had a couple 60s up there to protect them, and the worst part was that where you see on the Evans scale map in the north left corner where all those portals are, like those level 65 portals, like it runs through there for infiltrate. That was the only issue. And I was like, "Do not stop." I said, "Right." I pulled it to the side. I said, "Listen to me. Do not stop. Do not stop running." I don't even think there's actually a minimum. I just think it's probably the recommended. Or is there actually a minimum now?
No, there is a minimum. Because I know I
Really?
got up the Great Cleave before I was able to do those quests, and it just doesn't even give you the option to do them.
Wow. Wow. Okay. It's glitched for me. It says
busted.
0 to 0. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that glitch before a lot.
I know the max 16.
That is one of my guys. He probably does. Not a problem. Yeah, you probably just go ahead and message him.
Hey, Frog, I'm probably only gonna
He's a
do one more
space
round of
fish.
these because I still have to pack. I'm leaving tomorrow morning.
You finish leveling your boy gauntlet.
I gotta get to 200. Alright, do 20.
The worst part is it doesn't do a lot of damage. I can't even do like the pirates by myself because I just get killed.
Strong against void. Pair it up with the ice gauntlet so you can round them on up and get some control over them.
Yeah, that might work. I'll try that. I think I need some end stuff though. No, I think I need some end stuff because I don't have end stuff. It's like the one thing I don't have. I have one on each side.
Have issues there, Cathonia?
It will. So does enemy intelligence on mine. So that's another one. There he is. What's up, Canada?
What's up? I'm rejoining. It just glitched out for me.
I have returned.
What is
Welcome back.
show strength?
Yeah, I have show strength and enemy intelligence. It doesn't want to give me two on the same side.
What is show strength?
He usually goes, one will switch between show of strength and fort, and then infiltrate's the one you constantly get.
That'll work. Yeah, they give 2 pluses. Yeah, it'll work.
Wait.
Yeah, I have intelligence.
I have 2 on the east side and 1 at the intelligence, I guess, at the fort, by the fort. Maybe I should.
I got enemy intelligence, and I also have infantry. I was just gonna hit enemy intelligence, run back, get the other quest, and then go do those two.
No, I have enemy intelligence. And that's down around.
Back to sliding. Back to ice. No? Alright. Alright, good. Gotcha. Really wish they would turn these dogs back on, man. I miss farming the weird wood off them.
This purple guy following around with us.
Basically, the client does whatever, the server checks, the server says, wait a second, and then you're like, what the fuck?
Exactly.
Oh, I hear some. As a
23.
Oh, that was yeah.
It didn't take us long, to be honest. We had like I said, we had a group of 10, and we started with it around 24%, and we had that thing done before they even were close to pushing Everfall. Right. I don't think it has. Yeah, I think you're correct with that. Yeah, for a decent portion of it because of the invasion. Yeah. Yeah. I know. I was kind of hoping he'd be able to. Right. Yeah, just done whatever I want to. I mean, found a way to make it work.
collider mark, the one that you're heading to, that's outside. I always grab one on the outside first since it looks like they're on the opposite sides of each other. Oh, there's a chest in here, but it's a decoy.
You know, these boxes feel pretty huge just to hold a little piece of paper.
They're trying to hide it under all the clutter. They're hoping we'll be impatient. We won't dig all the way to the bottom.
Alright, I got 5.
It
I
does.
think it does.
Yeah, I
doesn't
thought
it?
it had a Southeast Asian one.
They do.
Does it?
Yep.
Okay.
So Asia, Australia, New Zealand, they're all part of that. Not that it matters if Australia ever has their own servers because their internet is still crap.
Crap.
Pardon?
Yeah, I aggroed a dog. That's all. Yeah. Did you get the 3 on the inside? You got the 2. You got the 2 that are on close to the tent in the middle, and then you got the one that's by the dummies on the inside. No problem. See?
A big part of their culture is, you got to be the best at everything. You got to be good at everything. So people push hardcore at everything. And if you just want to chill and enjoy the game, that's not a good environment to be
That's
in.
not the play, right? That's not the play.
Here he comes. You.
Yeah. We're just singing by the campfire. That's all.
Make sure you click on it. Don't go over.
Took a big leap of faith, trusting that I wasn't going to drown there. Right. At least it all worked out. There you go. That's for sure. But boy, when it does. Oh, I agree. Yeah. Shouldn't be afraid to fail. Yeah, I heard Genesis was a tough one. We did Lazarus. Um and I'll be honest with you, the first boss is harder than the last boss. Like I was getting visibly frustrated at the first boss, but then we kind of figured out the pattern slash mechanic of her, and
Somebody use their hammer?
no,
I just heard a hammer.
I use a hammer, but I'm not probably high enough level yet.
okay. My man's got some headsets. My man's got a headset on him, don't he? He's got one of them good ones. That that helps too, right? See Fraglin right now, you're doing the skating thing, and I can see you. Yeah.
I used to have really good hearing too until I was over at my family's a lot, and they're always cranking the TV and everything.
That'll do it.
And you turn it down, and then you leave the room to go to the washroom. You come back, and you don't notice right away, but they've cranked it up again. But the worst was fell asleep there one time, woke up, and my head was splitting. I had the worst headache. My dad had cranked the volume to 70, and it was fine. You could hear it at just 6 most of the time normally, and he had it cranked up to 70. And so I had ringing in my ears for the longest time, and my hearing loss is pretty bad since then.
Yeah, anything over like 15, I'm like, oh no, no way. Like 15 on the volume. Oh yeah.
Well, it depends on the TV, but
Oof, this guy scared me. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was like, who's this guy? So okay.
No, I'm going this way. I'm fine. Yeah, I will as soon as I finish these ones.
Well, the good part is both you guys have infiltrate, right? I have show of strength and
Yep, I have both show of strength and infiltrate. What are we supposed to do? Kill this dude that's dead?
Don't forget, you can also just use the dole method across giant bodies of water. Just yeah.
Hey, it sounds like Amazon's problem to me. Yeah, I don't know.
Creative use of game mechanics.
Yeah, there you go. That's what we call it.
Are we supposed to kill here?
Oh, is there someone to kill?
Yeah, for show strength.
Oh no, that
No,
was
you
just
just chill and
strength,
patrol
just
the
chill on his
area,
phone. Yeah, be a
and then
timer.
the timer counts down, and you're good to go.
Oh, I'm done. Sorry. Now I gotta do infiltrate. Yeah, I saw something when I got there that had like a quest marker over its head. It just had a quest mark over a mob that whatever he killed had a quest marker over its head.
I killed a wolf. I don't know if that was what you're supposed to.
Hmm.
Maybe you had it for something else. I don't know.
Probably.
Maybe a town board or something because they.
True. Come on, clown. Get rid of the. There we go.
So that wolf there gave me some scar hide.
Oh, nice. I don't have this, but I'm gonna kneel down and pretend to do it.
Yeah, the dog that we downed, I ended up getting scar hide off of it. I couldn't.
That's what I'm saying. We had the situation we were in. We had a different governor. It was almost like he felt after 60 there was nothing to do, and I was like, dude, I felt like there was nothing to do until I got to 60, and that's when I felt like I'd actually play the game. Oh yeah, you're like, it's because all you knew, right? You're doing it for so long, and you were so like about like you're so like dead set on let's get to 60, let's get to 60. You programmed yourself to play a certain way. It's like one thing I wish I had done when I was before I was level 60 was be like PvP flagged a lot more. Feel like I would have gotten there a lot faster, and I don't know if it's because the game I used to play a lot before this was like Escape from Tarkov, where if you died, you lost everything. That could have been a part of it, but I was like, there's no reason not to PvP. Like, what if I die? I go back to the camp or I go back to the town. So what? Like, it's really not that big of a deal. Right. I do. Yes. Okay. Oh yeah, it's very hard. It's very it's a huge learning curve when it comes to going from other first person shooters to that game. I can tell you that much. Oh. Yeah, it has like survival aspects of it, but yeah, I feel you. It's not like a yeah. Yeah, I mean that's the one thing about it, right? Like, if, people like to get into this huge like Call of Duty versus Battlefield debate, and I'm like, dude, you're basically comparing apples and apples at that point. Like, there's nothing unique about the two of them, in my opinion. I right, right,
Well,
nothing new changes. I'd rather just play something unique and different.
2042 fucked up the Battlefield formula hardcore. So
Well, there you go.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean that's what it comes down to, right? If it works for you, it works for you. Yeah,
All right, I'm gonna go on my balcony. I have a quick smoke, just to give you guys.
Dude.
Oh, but first person shooters. I used to be a hardcore into the Battlefield, and then Battlefield 1 kind of killed me from the Battlefield because I like the modern era shit. But recently, in the last, also when I got to PC gaming, I started playing Armora, and I've recently discovered Squad.
I played that. I played that once or twice. Yeah. Can you do me a favor, Fraglin? Can you pull Ridiculous PETA from the War Channel for me? No problem. What's up, PETA?
Hey, buddy, what's up?
Not much.
You got some hummus?
Can you send Willis an invite, Papa?
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Willis.
I've got him he's a half a bar from 60.
Oh, is he? All right, nice.
Yeah, he's here with us. Can I get a group invite too, please?
We could probably, yeah. How many do we have total? Do we have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe split it 3-3.
What about our group?
How many is that?
3.
3, 3, 3.
You do that too? Yeah, that works too.
What quest?
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of just run however we're doing it.
I got show of strength and infiltrate.
All right, so you're running east.
Quest is going to reset in less than 4 minutes. No. The faction board quest will refresh, I should say. So the dump will go away, which I'm waiting on. And that smoke break.
I have
Hey, Willis.
intelligent and infiltrates, the two that I have. So
That's what I have as well.
Willis, they're sending you invite to you. I don't even know if he's got your
Darn it, going
Discord.
away.
Tell him I posted it in the Discord. The Discords for War/Friend channel in our Discord. So kind of what we got going on, Fraglin, is we do Discord and TeamSpeak. So that way we can, like, when we're in a war, we don't have to interrupt and have, clog up that voice channel. We can call out to each other while we're muted in there, and kind of orchestrate things behind the scenes. Yeah. Because you don't want to. I mean, it's hard to, and when you're in a war, you don't want to clog up the calls, right? So we have it. Yeah. So. Right. Exactly. Right. Hey, we're focused on this guy. Right. No one besides my group needs to hear, hey, I'm focused on this guy, or let's get this guy out of here. He overextended. This kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So, yeah. All right. All right. So how about if you have just infiltrate and show a strength, you come over here on me. And if you have intelligence, if you have enemy intelligence at all, right? If that's one of your two, you should go over towards that direction. So just you two have, okay. All right, and I think he's waiting for his to roll. So PETA, I think you and Willis are the only two that have just infiltrate and show a strength. So you two run that direction, and we'll probably end up crossing paths with you once you get to infiltrate to drop it off. There's no one out here, so you guys will be fine.
6-5.
Yeah, I'm with you because I have yeah. So just PETA and Willis should have infiltrate and show a strength. The rest of us should have an enemy intelligence and infiltrate. But then, depending on what Victus has, of course.
Oh, what are these? Are they on a 5-minute refresh timer now instead of a 30-minute?
Yes.
Oh,
Yep.
all right. I have intelligence and infiltrate.
All right, so you come with us. All right, Pete and Willis, you guys run out that gate and go to that. We'll start running this way. Yeah, actually, you know what? We should do that. Leave this group, Peta, and then invite him. Oh, you guys are together. Because the odds are, now that we're in this weird like dance of picking up stuff, you guys are probably going to always have the two.
Which group am I going with?
Us. Yeah. It's basically set up by group right now. 4 and 2. Yeah. Yeah. Right. There we go. We got a nice little 3-way push. Yep. Gotcha.
I'm
That's
gonna go
3
for a
plus.
smoke.
All right, so there you go. Which ones did you guys have? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, we have show
Oh.
strength now.
We got 2 purples over here.
PvP flagged? Or just chilling?
No, they're flagged.
You
So they
said
have
they are
2.
flagged?
He said they are flagged.
I'll wait and see if they attack.
Okay.
Yes, I am. Shit, nobody's behind eyes. Because well, now people know
Sorry, I meant to send you a group invite.
smaller population and people know that they can't freaking die half the crap.
Less people, less gold.
Well, yeah, there's got to be, right? Like, there's got to be more people wanting resources other places.
They
See,
can't
my
get them
biggest.
because they're constantly fighting over them.
Right.
As soon as they
See,
pop up, then you have people fighting over every node,
jumping on it. Yep. Yeah.
dragging trains of monsters into them so that they can get the node.
Yeah. A higher population just comes with a more toxic-esque vibe
Yep.
to it, just by design, honestly.
I'm back.
Right. Yeah. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. That's what I normally do. You just gotta find whatever path. I just try to make it a habit of whatever path I decide to take. I take it all the time, so I don't have to run around looking for that last chest. You feel me? Yep. Right. I'm not right. Because if it's random, you run the risk of being the guy who's like, I can't find this last chest. I don't remember which ones I hit. And then come out that gate. Yep, come out that other side gate and grab it on. Yep.
I just hit both outside first because knowing me, I'm going to come out the wrong gate and then I'm going to have to waste time running around.
I can tell you one thing I'm so glad they did. One thing I'm so glad they did was nerf the living hell out of those haste pots, bro, in war. I was so happy. Oh, you used to have superhuman speed when you popped them. You used to have superhuman speed when you popped them, and all it did was let people who made bad decisions overcome their bad decisions in the blink of an eye. And now it's like as if you just got haste. You don't get any really additional
10%
super
rather than
speed.
50%.
Exactly. And now, if you over pursue, or if you're late to a flag, or you're late to a call, you're not going to get it. Yeah, you give, and that's the way it should be. Exactly. I think it kind of leveled out the playing field a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think part of it is the fact that there's no real division of roles, right? I can tell normally when we're in that little lobby area how it's going to go. If I see just like a bunch of range on our team, I'm thinking we're about to get our our butts stomped. If I see like a good mix of people, then I'm like, okay, we'll probably hold our own here. I mean, it's about having a little bit of everything. Because if you're no, I do not. Nope. Yeah. Wait, no. I thought it would be cool. Me personally, I thought it would be cool if instead of like you just took your stuff in to OPR, Avalanche Rush, it would be cooler if like everyone went in with nothing and you could literally design your character to be what it wanted to be in that thing. Like you could pick a role, you could pick, and all the weapons for particular roles were the same. Exactly, and that way you can honestly try out different characters in that mode without like different roles without having to respec and stuff. Exactly. I mean, some right because if I want to try a different role tomorrow, that requires me to buy new armor, find the weapons, buy this, buy that, just to figure out I don't really like the role. But if I was able on a controlled environment like that, just pick what I wanted to be, and everybody else got to pick what they wanted to be. It would allow for more diversity because it would be like you could only have a certain amount of this role per team, right? Like you only have a certain amount of melee DPS, certain amount of tanks, certain amount of range, certain amount of healers within that 20. And then we'd all be able to have an organized team, and B, all not. It wouldn't be like, oh well, this guy's better, and I'll push Rush because he has better gear, and he has better this or better that. It would be a fully level PvP playing field. Exactly. Exactly.
Good night, everybody.
I want to go to that Genesis group.
If we're talking about MOBAs,
Good
I
night.
know how I play, and I play like crap.
You sure?
Yeah, the angry earth gave me a problem. Period. So I feel your pain. That makes sense. Yeah.
Bear back up at the dugout.
Well, my rule for healing: if you don't stand in the bubbles, you don't get healed.
Hey, that's what's up, Willis. Congratulations, buddy. Yep. Oh, yeah, I'll do it.
They said
Just in
you're
time
out.
for the war. Just in time for the war tomorrow. Good job, buddy.
You're gonna try to come in. What did you say it was in, Papa? Under
In our Discord, it should be under Discord. He says Discords for war, but I mean, they changed it to like,
you said
other
it'd be under
Marauders.
Discord
Just a
for
sec.
war. It's a Serendipity Engineering.
No, I posted the one that like you originally sent me. I have like all the other Marauder Discords in there, because for a while there we didn't have like the Heliopolis one, right? So it was whoever was hosting the Discord. So yeah, you're more than welcome to. It's not a yeah, no problem. Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Back.
Yeah.
The deepest part of the ocean.
I use 2 different builds.
All right, I'm back.
One of them I use Beacon for wars, and
That interrupted my
I use Orb of Protection,
opening the
Beacon,
box. That's weird.
and Sacred Ground. Yeah, I use and what a lot of times I'll do is I use that Orb of Protection, like if they're in a group, I'll throw it on them, and then that'll give them fortify also. So that'll fortify everybody in that group too. Right.
Yep. Yeah, I'd like to try to aim it through as many people as I can, and if I can aim it through as many people as I can, and hit a bad guy on the other side of it,
That's what I try to
extra
do.
bonus. It's like the cream de crowd right there when you hit somebody through like 5 or 6 people. Yeah, and it does like a big hit, like equivalent to a big hit in light staff. Yeah, if I'm gonna put a peek on an enemy, it's gonna be somebody who's gonna be trying to hit me. Yeah.
Sucks when you're trying to nail the boss and then some small fry gets it instead and runs off out of the group.
Sniped.
Yeah, PETA basically heals everybody on our group except for me. I don't know why.
Intentional.
I don't like healing him.
That's because I'm just diving all over the place because I'm a bow, so I'm like diving all over the place. A lot of times he's like, "Will you stay still for a second so I can heal you?" Yeah.
The, the only time I can heal him is when I'm running light embrace. Right. I run that. I run that some. I don't run it in war because it's too hard to target people. Yeah, I don't like the target healing either for wars because the way it drops the. If you're looking at somebody and somebody steps in front of you, I don't. You heal them. I don't want to. I don't want to heal somebody else. I want to make sure I get the group instead of or out away from the group. And also, I drop my or I drop my sacred ground away from the people sometimes on the side where I think they're going to go.
Correct. Correct. Alright, so I have intelligence and show strength. Basically, yeah. Yep, that's just a deal. Yep.
All
Yeah,
right.
the
I
other
th-
group's just
Yeah.
so it's just me and Bishop. Yep.
How much did that move the bar? Or how much did
there's like
41.
42. So I think this might be my last run for the night, to be honest with you. Yeah.
whoa, what time is it? Oh man. Yeah, I've been
Yeah.
up since 3:30.
There you go. Not bad. That's what's up. That's what it is. Um, to be honest, we don't really have a very difficult um selection process. It's more like um I know we have a few people who have really, as we've done more just stuff out in the real world, like out in the PvP and PvE and dungeons and stuff. We run across a lot of people who are doing the same stuff as us, but don't have a company. Um, and if you're doing a lot of the same stuff as us, why not also be in the company? And then once they get in, we make it very clear. We don't expect you to have to do this or have to do that. It's a whatever you want to do type of thing. If you want to do PvP, great. We have a whole section in the Discord for if you want to do PvP, let us know. And if you're just a PvEer, there's a place for you too, right? Like if we take Windsward tomorrow, we have people I know who will literally just run the hell out of some town war missions. And that's literally what they want to do. And they're all about gathering and doing all that kind of stuff. Have at it. You know what I mean? There's a place like in the company for people just like that. Because you need those people. You know? Right. Correct. My I learned a long time ago that I am a some people would probably refer to me as an acquired taste, and you're not going to hurt my feelings if the taste that you get from me is sour, and you don't want to be here anymore. We had one guy who left and went to Risen Kings, and you know what? More power to him. You know, not going to hurt my feelings for it. Yeah. It's naughty. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Right. Right. Like I said, I was actually very happy with when we declared on Windsward and we were granted it. I had I think we had more people sign up within the first 30 minutes than I've seen on any war board since we started playing this game. And right now we have I think 18 or 19 company members, not all 60, but 18 or 19 signed up and ready to go if need be Sunday night. That's almost half a roster if needed be. You know what I mean, that's a good feeling. Like yeah, I'm glad we like I said, the company we were in before, we probably had 80 something members, but only like 10 were active every day or every other day. Now we have 54, 55, and close to 30 are active every day. That's a big difference. Of course, right? That's what it's all about, right? I think we have a 15-day rule. If we don't hear from you and you've been inactive for 15 days, then we make room for someone else. But if you say, "Hey, I'm just taking a break for a little bit," no problem. I got no problem holding your spot. It's like we're knocking on 100. You know what I mean? I was not supposed to go this way. Yeah, yeah, right. That's all it took, right? I mean, all it takes is them to feel alone, and then they're like, no one wants to play a game alone. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Uh,
right. And that becomes their passion. That becomes what they like to do.
I bad guys. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah, you
All right, dude.
Good
Have a
night,
good one.
Mohawk.
it's booked. No vacancies.
It's just me and Khalud and Pita and Srat. Wow, Willis. You know I'm not good with names.
When I dropped that one, all I got was I only got one of the missions back. I still got infiltrate on that.
Yep. Usually how it works.
Yeah, it's a good
Usually
little
go 1 and 2.
route to avoid anything.
The
There's a
most
tape.
dangerous part is that part where you thought you went into black screen, or it went so dark. Because if you go off to the right, you might be
You
able
will
to
die.
unstuck. Yeah, you're gonna drown otherwise.
Yep. Yep. The no, 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 I'm fine. I'm right. Yeah, I'm just saying. I was like, "You good?" I mean, just in case himself an ice in front of me. I'm like, "Is something happening that I'm not aware of? Are we under attack?" Oh, it was. This is where we had the. This is where the infiltrate is next. That's where the next one is. I've noticed it moves. I have noticed that. Yeah. Yeah. It could be. I mean, that would be even cooler, to be honest. Yes. Restless was amazing. That's why I always did faction token runs in there. I was like, dude, this is the easiest one.
Is Restless still good for faction token grinding or?
Eh,
Yeah. He backtracked and he said, "Yeah, that's a no from me, dog."
Actually, a lot of the faction missions send you into the depths, so all you have to do is just look for a group going into the depths, and you can usually complete 2 of the faction missions in one go.
Oh, that's what's up. This is. I'm gonna say.
There's
We
usually
had
there's
show
always
strength.
someone going in the depths.
We had show strength, not infiltrate. Let me know if you have to go back to that box over there. If it looks like it, that's something else. Yeah.
Just 14 wood from that big ass tree.
I know. I chopped wood here one time, thinking these trees were gonna give me more wood for. That is not the case.
It was. Uh,
I know. Like, gotcha. But yeah. Right. I feel you.
I like Oof who grabs everything and then
Well,
bitch about not having the resources
it
for
was
anything.
that was a. I mean, let's just be honest. That was a shark smelling blood in the water mentality. That's all that was. They saw us scrambling. They saw that the experience left. So if they were going to do it, which you know they were going to do it for quote unquote content, right? For busting, why not do it then? That's all. That's all it really came down to for them. Yeah, that's all they were. Yeah, that's all. That's all it was. And they're saying he's said on Twitter, and I know Draco sent me the thing, but I've had my boys go back and look, and he has since deleted that tweet. I couldn't find it. That he's coming back for the Everfall. I don't think he's coming back. I think he said it and then got in contact with people who were like, "Oh, bro, we already left," and now he realized he doesn't have a shot. Why would he? He doesn't want that embarrassment on his hands.
again, another embarrassment. Again, because we
Yeah.
handed him another embarrassment.
Oh
That's
yeah,
when
dude.
he's.
The open world. we absolutely destroyed him. We literally watched him rage quit on stream in open where when we pushed Everfall and they tried to show up to prevent it. Not this last time, but the time before that. We had a point where we were trying to take the fort and hold the fort so that way we could finish declaring it. And they all tried to show up to stop us, and we just completely wiped the floor with them. See, the problem is though, in a war environment, when you had like going back to this, like the haste pots and stuff, you could overcome bad decisions. You make bad decisions, but that stuff's not there, you're done. And that's what it came down to. We had one of our level 47 guys just completely destroy him in a straight up fight in the fort, and he rage quit. Yeah. Understanding is open world. I've heard it scales pretty good, but in war, not so much, and that's the difference from what I've been told. Yeah. No, I feel you. Because what happens today, they run an update, and then that changes tomorrow. And they're trying to but they're at the same time. We're trying to find ourselves in the game just as much as they're trying to find themselves with making it. That's kind of the journey we're on together here, if we're being honest. That's why I think those of us who stick with the game will be in a really good place at some point. And those people who are like, oh well, now I'll play it because it's what I mean. Those people are going to be way behind the 8 ball. And I have. So I think you have the opposite of what we have. I think. Do we both have intelligence right now? Yes. Okay. Now we have intelligence and infiltrate. That. So I feel like we're just swapping out that other one at this point. Yeah. Yeah. We're doing. I feel like for infiltrate, it's worth doing, but maybe not show strength, just because. Yeah. Reset, and maybe you'll get infiltrate with us. Joe, you do.
All right, I'm gonna head to bed as well.
All right, man. Have a good
You're
one.
off.
Cleo's gonna need a pickup.
Yeah, I'm just chilling here on my lonesome now.
All right, and I'm gonna call it a night too.
All right,
I'll see you
Bishop.
guys later.
Have a good one, man. No worries.
Me and Willis is still running.
All right, cool. Must just be missing you guys. Yeah, that'll be 5. If we want to wait for them, to come up, we can literally probably get your quests, get those other 2, and have a full 5. I can. Up here. Yeah, I have it to where if they don't, I normally just right click their name and change it for them. I'll ask you 3 times if you don't do it yourself. I'm gonna do it. There you go. Right. 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 Of course. Of course. There you go. There you go. Yeah, it's gonna be an all hands on deck type situation for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Um, that's why I told a lot of my guys just, you know what? I said, I don't care what your level is, sign up. You mean just sign up. Right. Yeah. Worst case scenario, you get some experience on your belt. I try to, maybe sprinkle them in, with a couple of 60s. That way they're not like a full group of like level 50. Well, to be honest, let me be honest. If I looked at my warper right now, um, everyone in there is at least 57 or higher as far as what's actually selected. And then I think the lowest one I have is I got a 41 and a 49 from our company, but then everyone else is 55 or higher that's signed up for us. So that's not that big of a gap that what we're expecting to fight. It shouldn't be that much of an issue. And then I have somebody constantly checking to see what they have signed up, which it looks like I think the last update I got was 11. So if there is a fight, it's probably going to be at Everfall. Yeah, which is kind of like what I kind of said. Like they were like, after every take wins, my guys were like, "Are we going to take anything else?" And I said, I'm down for the idea, right? But I don't want to get to the point where we are in the same situation as we're putting people in, where it comes to we have to pick and choose. What did your what's called pop back up, Franklin? Did you get your reroll? All right, cool. We can probably do both of those. Those are two plus pluses.
I got to infiltrate, and then I got to go to the fort too.
Okay, so we're gonna get to the fort first. So just follow us as a group, and we'll just all do the same triangle. Yeah, things are going well. It's actually really started to pick up for us in the last week or so. We had a lot of, and some people see it as, the server dying. And don't get me wrong, I know we're in a low population situation, but it's also for us opened the door to see new people do invasions, new people do this and that, and a lot of those people have ended up joining the company because they're, they want to do these things. So why not?
Well, it's just another toxic group leaving the server, so it's all good in my book.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I don't care. And I said it to the spell server when I had a talk with him yesterday. I said I don't really care who controls what. If there's a tie, obviously I would like green to own it. But as long as whatever color has it is going to actually keep it decent, fine by me. Right. Right. and another. Right. Yeah. And then what happens with I think the best way to do that, honestly, is just to have a running list, and that way, we have a running list. It gets divided up kind of at random, and then when an evasion hits, if one thing gets dropped, the next company you just pick up something from another list, right? And then you just go from there. I think that's the best way to do it. Right. Right. That's the one thing about leadership. You got to be able to say no. You know what I mean? Some people get that pressure and they kind of just go, I don't know what they do. So they panic and pick something rather than just taking a minute and being like, no, hold on. Let me talk to you know what I mean? We have time. What are we everybody's in a hurry right now? Like, what are you getting off in the next 10 minutes? No, give me time to talk to somebody and let's see what we can do. Right. I have seen them in a couple wars. So I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be shocks backwards. I'm pretty sure that's what he says. I think he's probably gonna wanna invite, but we are. That'll work. That'll work. Yep. I'd rather, it's one of those things you hesitate, like, you make a decision. As long as you're one of those people that can write, you can honestly say, like, I know I messed up, right? Like, if I make a decision and it costs us, I'll take the blame. I know I messed up. Um, but if you truly believe it's the right decision, and a lot of times you trust your instincts, it ends up being the right one. So you go with your gut, and if your gut lets you down, then just have to be the kind of person that's like, yeah, I know, I messed up on that one. I dropped the ball. And that's kind of like my philosophy is I know I'll make every mistake once, but I bet you I won't make it twice. And that's kind of my way of thinking about things. Right. Right. Yeah. Right. I think, for me, it just makes me realize that, if you have enough confidence in yourself when you make these decisions, you also have to have enough confidence to be like, I know I won't make that same mistake again. I just learned that lesson. You know what I mean?
I need to play catch up.
I mean, I know I did see him in the, little fort grabbing chests. So, but it can't be a PvP flag sitting there because then wouldn't it be in conflict, right? So, gotta be something. But the good thing is we'll probably get enemy intelligence again. So if someone does take the 4, we can just hit it on the way through. Yeah, I agree. As I was saying, I try to, like I said, I don't really have any military experience or anything like that, but I've always been the kind of guy who has said, the team that wins and a lot of these things is when the shit hits the fan, the team that can keep it together the most. You're always gonna have right. You're always gonna have those few people, right? Like you're always have those few people who are gonna like they personally kind of just disperse. And they kind of end up panicking and doing their own thing for a while. But if you're core, if the people that you depend on and can get the job done, if they stay in the bounds of which they're what they're supposed to do, more often than not, you'll win that. You'll win that fight. Right. 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 I think it comes down to adaptation. I think it comes down to adaptation, awareness, and discipline. Discipline to do your job, the awareness that you need to adapt, and then also the awareness that you need to get back to doing your job and return to discipline. Kind of all works into a full thing. And like I told my guys, we had one war. I don't know which one it was, but it was awful. Like the people, no one was listening um, to the call outs. People were all over the place. And I told my guys, you may not agree with the person who's shot calling these things. You may think that they're wrong. You may think that they're doing this. I said, but we can't properly address that issue if everyone's running around. If we all live by the commands and we don't succeed, then we can say, hey, maybe it's just the person shot calling. Maybe we need to switch that up. Right. Until we start doing that, we're not going to go anywhere. We're just still going to have the same people, maybe badly shot calling wars, but we can't tell because you guys are all over the place. Right. We don't know if it works. We don't know, right? We don't know if the strategy works. None of it. Right. That's what I kind of said a long time ago. I'd rather have a roster full of 45s that can listen than a roster full of 60s who don't. I mean, and that's why I know if we get into this, when we do this war, if I have to run with some 41s and some 44s from my company, they'll listen. As compared to some 60s from all over the place, who knows if they'll listen. So, probably. Did he really?
Probably trying to cross where he can't cross.
Ooh. Yeah, that's not exactly a trail you can just wing. You gotta kind of know where you gotta step. Poor guy.
I don't have waypoints right now, so I'm just following everyone else.
Off of you. Think you just passed the infiltrate. No problem. I've been there. Oh, we got a guy. We got a guy here. We got a guy here. I just saw the red dot. Yep, I just saw the red dot around here somewhere. Yeah, it was in this direction somewhere. That's pretty good. Yeah, I would say probably for like a PvP or a war, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I know.
Depends on what abilities you have as well.
Oh fuck! Don't go this way. Do not go that way, boys. We went the All right, that'll work. All right, good. Yeah, especially in these areas where it's foggy and visibility is not exactly a key thing. That was honestly one. Oh yeah, I agree. There definitely are. But that was one thing that like we did an invasion with cutlass keys with yellow, right? And they had no Discord or anything. Um, but we were able to. We had like 10 of us in it. Maybe it was 10. Maybe like more like 7, around that number. And we spread ourselves out. We were able to coordinate with ourselves. I'll tell you what. I don't want to say like we held it together for a long time, but we did pretty. That was probably one of the better invasions I've been in, especially considering there was no communication. Like we ourselves were calling things out for ourselves and kind of acting as like the rotating group and just swing
Is that
through.
the one that had 2 doom heads?
What was it?
Is that the one that had 2 of those doom heads or whatever they're called?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, I killed one and then got wasted by the second.
Yeah, it was like everything was kind of going good until it gets to that. There's a point in every single one of these where, it just kind of boils over. That's another one that becomes a little bit more difficult when it comes to the, not having the ability to hate spot and run over. You kind of got to stay in your place. You kind of got to recognize that once you rotate to, whatever gate, once that group that's supposed to be there has it under control, you need to get back because you fall behind in those things, you're done. But that was one of my big things. It was like I don't want my people, my guys to be afraid to speak up and say something. You see something, say something, and that's why we started doing the team speak thing because we don't want to say it in the war channel. So we rather just do it internally, and we can able to coordinate that way. Normally, what happens is like if we're in a situation, they'll say it in the thing, they'll say it to me, and then I'll end up saying it in the Discord or something of that nature. Someone hasn't already called it out.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you mean?
It's
Yeah,
pretty close.
yeah, but then if I change it, then everybody's like, who is XOS? It's like it was super confusing for people to understand those shocks, but backwards. That's why I did that. But yeah, if it's easier for you, no problem. I could switch it back to my in game.
Hey, Papa, hang on just a minute. Will says he's got to buy gear. He's maxed out. So
No,
hang
no
on.
reason. Yeah, while you guys were looting those chests in the fort, there's a purple right outside farming, picking up imp. Solar guy flagged. No, no, no worries, no worries. I just was gonna shoot at him while we are there. Yo, so are you not part of Hour of the Wolf or what? Are you guys recruiting? Yeah, for your company, yeah. Hang on, I'm gonna fight with the purple red. Oh, he killed me. Yep. Yeah, yeah, no worries. Um,
Yeah. Bishops, we should all be on the same now.
I can't. I haven't done. I think I've done in 2 months. I've done like one activity with Hour of the Wolf. I've literally been solo the whole time. I don't know. I kind of I don't know. I could be completely wrong. It could just be my sensitive feelings or something. But I kind of feel like it's a group of them that came from another game. So if you're not really in that, then the rest are just sort of bodies, if that makes sense. Exactly.
Uh,
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. That's the guy.
click.
And I'm one of the numbers. So. No, no, absolutely, absolutely. I planned on talking to him. But I mean, like, I'll post in the company and stuff, and it'll just be crickets. Yeah, I'm not really worried. I play a lot, and I want to be able to contribute and contribute and benefit of the group actions. This is my first MMO. I played a lot of first person shooters, and I mean, I guess I played Destiny if you consider that MMO, but I'm just trying to experience the game in its full force.
Yeah,
And
feel you.
running around solo gets extremely boring after a while.
Yeah.
That's why I saw you. I was just like running with him. Fuck it.
Yeah. Yeah, feel you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any bad negative stuff. And maybe I should just have that, man to man with him as well. Is just let him know, like, listen, I'm trying to be more active with people. Um, prior to 60, it was, oh well, grind to 60, and once you get to 60, and I understand that. I completely understood that. But now that I've been at 60 for a while, it's like, damn, I'm ready to do some shit. But they're only on like once Yeah, once a night or once a week they group up, something like that.
No, I feel you. It's kind of like that. Like when people kind of run, like pick up basketball, right? Those same 5 guys run pick up basketball, and they keep running, and they tell you once you're good enough, you better run with them. By that point, they've already learned from each other. They've already kind of meshed well together. The chemistry's there with them. It's hard for them to then realize, hey, you probably need to start bringing other people in because they're good enough to play on the team too. It happens a lot. So it's a mentality thing. It's hard. It's a habit hard to break. We kind of had the same thing that we had to break ourselves out of. You know what I mean? You to realize. No, you're good. Yeah. Yeah. Right. And it's one thing, like, as the guy, right, as the leader of the group, they may not find anything in common in themselves, right? But you have to kind of find that thing that connects you to them individually, and then you become that connection to all of them. You become the thing in common that they all have. We're all fighting towards a common goal. This type of mentality, right? Bunch of individuals. Yeah. I feel you. I feel you.
No, no, and like I said, it could be completely misguided. Don't. I mean, they're great guys. They're everybody's been extremely polite, respectful. I have no problem with the people. I feel like I don't get it. I'm in a group with no group activities. How's that?
Faith. Yeah. Yeah. And it's not like we're talking about. It's not like the man's talking about jumping to yellow, right? I mean,
Huh.
worst comes to worst, you're still gonna be doing the same things with us. You're still gonna be doing. You mean? It's not. It's not.
No, yeah, absolutely,
You know
absolutely,
what
yeah, yeah, absolutely. I'm not gonna leave the Marauders. I mean, I was gonna talk to Draco with the Risen Kings as well, just because, like, I'm to that point, and I don't know. I mean, I get it. Everybody's over 30, and I believe that's what he was going for in the originality of company, which is good. I'm over 30. I have a newborn and a daughter as well. So, but a lot of times, maybe it's just the hours. Maybe they play different hours than me or what. But I mean, I've got like close to 700 hours.
I
So
feel you.
I'm pretty on most hours because I was on maternity leave for 2 months.
That'll do it.
I'm gonna call it a night, guys. Have a good one.
All right, bro.
Okay.
Have a good one.
See ya.
Right. Yeah. I agree. There you go.
Yeah.
If you don't know how to write it, just write it and then get people's feedback on it. You overcomplicate everything. I mean, I know I do the same thing, and I'm nowhere near as bad as I used to be.
You know, they say
But
if you wait for something to be perfect, you'll never end up doing it.
he's a lot worse than I used to be. I just,
You know, the best
I
part about a
just
mission statement, it's just words, and you can always change them.
yep.
Right. Yeah, it's not that hard to send me. Right. The fact that you know, it would make it even worse for me. Like if you actually knew me and you were a friend of mine, like, dude, it shouldn't be that hard for you to reach out and say, "Hey, buddy, by the way, I'm either doing this or I'm on vacation or I'm taking a break for a little bit to play this new game that I really like." You know what I mean, people have things that going on. This happened in my life, or any other time going on in your life. I had something happen in my life I can't play right now. Not a problem.
I mean, the only reason I'd forgive them is if, they got in a coma and
Of
couldn't
course.
tell me.
And guess what?
Because you'd
That
be like,
invite can come
oh,
right back.
well, yeah,
Or they were in the hospital for a few days, and they really, that was like the last thing in their mind was New World. I mean, I
yeah,
get that, but it's not. If that happens and you got removed, guess what, buddy? No hard feelings. I can send you an invite right back. Yeah, it's not like once you're
yeah.
out, you're out. I mean, it's just yeah, it's like a new pattern. It's a still a pattern.
You know whose camp that is? That's my camp right there. I was just saying that's my camp right there. Put it there when I was running with Melifor and Onius.
Well, I have one that's right next to us. Like retrieve the asset. I'm gonna go grab that real quick.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
I didn't. I literally tried to walk through that water the whole time. I didn't know there's a little jump up in the waterfall.
Not for you.
I always tell people all the time, it's like real life comes first, you know.
Of course, we're all human beings first. Lyru, is he out here? Running with you? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were in Discord. Like one of my first interactions. I mean, one of the guys was talking about how I made 200 armoring, and I was like, oh, good. Like, I can keep an eye out for the armoring stuff for you. You know, the cloak, yeah, the clothing set and the trophy materials and stuff like that. And it was just like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Like, but in a really long, drawn out kind of way. I was like, okay, but like, I apologize for saying something.
Not for you.
No, I
He
told
offered it.
him I offered that, and he was like, yeah, like posted a picture of a clown in there, and like, oh, look at the new Hour of the Wolf armor, and it was like a picture of the clown. He's like, if you think, like, pretty much, he said, like, if you think that I'm gonna like go through all that trouble to become an armor, like, it's not me. You got the wrong guy.
Yeah, we no, go ahead. I'm sorry. I mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I hit 200 armoring last night.
That's what's up. We split them up. We kind of all, we kind of all got together and
Yeah, see,
said,
that's
all
what I
right,
was
what do you want
looking
to do?
for. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I was looking for when I joined a company. It was like, because I asked, what do we need? What do we need? And like,
right.
crickets. So,
And as like I find materials that the armor can use, I hand it off to him as they like I got the lucky role of jewel crafting. So what we made it first is we said, hey, everybody, if you don't know what to do, get your smelting to 200 first and foremost. Like that's if you wanna help, that's the first way you can help. Get your smelting to 200. After that, we can give you. If you want to pick a profession on your own, have at it. If you want to ask us what to do, let us know. And we had a few guys like Chevy, Sir Chevelle. He said I'll do armoring. I ended up doing jewel crafting. I think Peta here is doing arcana. Um, Bishop's doing engineering, and we have 2 people doing weaponsmithing. And as we get materials that the other person needs, we kind of just throw it their way. And
absolutely.
then when it comes down to it, hey, Chevy as he's doing uh, armoring. He's had a bunch of people come up from a company saying, hey, can you make me a bag? Can you make me an infused leather bag? As they've gotten higher level, and we've given them so much materials that it's like, hey, you get me the rune. That's all I need you to get me is the rune of holding, and then I can get you I have the rest. Not a problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There's no
absolutely.
reason why I can't work together. It makes it way easier.
Yeah, and then
I can't imagine.
once everybody finishes, you sort of just rotate out. Hey, look, I got all these extra mats. Pass them to the
Exactly.
next armor number 2 or whatever. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, so basically for like smelting, what we did is everybody needed something, right? Like for jewel crafting, I needed silver at first. He needed iron for armor. They needed iron for what's called, and we were like, okay, so here's what we'll do. This guy make it the fort here. So basically what we did is we would just pick one person at a time. We would feed all the smelting stuff to that person. They would smelt it and then give it right back to the person so that they could use it. And then we would just rotate who we gave it to for the smelting, and that way we can get everybody like that's doing stuff up to 200 smelting as fast as possible. Like, I would mine a bunch of silver, give it to this person. This person would make it into silver ingots, and then just trade it back to me. and so on and so forth. All it takes is just a little coordination. That's all it takes. Little coordination and little communication goes a long way.
It also
Absolutely.
takes a little energon and a lot of luck.
There you go.
I hit 200 armoring last night. I was gonna do jewel crafting left, which I'm at like 152 jewel crafting. But then they said they're gonna nerf in the next patch. They're actually gonna lower what it takes to complete jewel crafting. So I saved my jewels. But then I think I'm gonna do engineering because I literally spent 2 days farming legendary mats. I like have all the materials to make the great axe, the hammer, 2 spears.
That's what's up.
Yeah, like all the 600 gear score legendary ones. So I was like, for our strike team or whatever. But then once again, when I said something in chat, it was just like nobody said nothing. So
Yeah, I feel you. You kind of gotta look at. You kind of got like a look at this nerd response. I feel you. I mean, I've been there. Intelligence. Yeah, yeah. We're at intelligence now. I picked up BJAR on our group, and we're about to head to infiltrate. So we're probably like just in front of you.
oh,
No, I said we have infiltrating intelligence. We're leaving intelligence to head to infiltrate now. So you're like right. We're like gonna be just missing each other as we go through this. No, we went down. We literally just hit the fort, and then now we're heading over east. Exactly. Damn, I went up a influence point. I was hoping to get faction tokens.
hey, no, I was gonna say if and when you do end up talking to Darius, just don't make it sound like I'm, you know, you know what I mean. I mean, just try to make it sound as polite as possible. Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel, I probably should have talked to him first before I talked to you, but I feel like even if I have a conversation, you know.
No, I feel you. It's also an environment thing. I mean that comes with time. For example, like um, when I first took over, you know, we had a lot of people who, we'd have so many people in the Discord at one time, and sometimes it would just be like a little much for me. I'd be like, I'm trying to say something, and people are like, yelling or whatever they're doing. So I kind of created my own little like hideaway channel that only I could see. And from time to time, I'd be in there. But then I guess I just kind of overlooked it. I started spending way too much time in there, and someone, I give them credit, had the guts to say, "Hey, you know, maybe you're spending a little bit too much time in there." And I didn't realize it until someone said it, and then I immediately fixed the issue. So
I'll let everybody
Sounds-
here know right now, I'm a dumbass, so if I'm doing or saying something they don't like, just say something about it.
all right, good, because I've been biting my tongue all night about this. No, I'm just kidding. Now that it's out in the air, we can work to mend these fences.
That wasn't very convincing. That's I get that a lot. You're too honest. You're too
Did it disappear?
nice.
Did it disappear? Or did you grab it? That's yeah, that's a quintessence. They poop. The BDers poop quintessences. Yeah.
Yes, that's why they turned them off. And now I'm struggling to find weirdwood. Yeah, they were given. I mean, they were given. I mean, I understand why they did. They were given out a serious amount. Like it was almost like a couple of woof. My people when I started doing jewel crafting, like they were like, oh, I got all these life quintessences that you can use, and I'm like, each person had like 120 of it. I'm like, dude, this is just too much. I get why they. Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I mean, I wasn't doing it for the high watermark, but I was doing it for you know, yeah, yeah. They probably should, yeah. Probably, yeah. I noticed a lot of that, like the whatever the top echelon tier material is for each of the like different ones seems to be the cheapest one. It's almost if you're trying to grind towards it, you grind everything except for the last one and just spend some money to buy the last one. Save you a bunch of time that way. Oh, well, I think honestly, Franklin, you could probably just talk to Darius as a whole without even really bringing up shocks. You know what I mean, kind of see like kind of bring it up in a way of like I kind of noticed like a lot of these companies
Um.
kind of have this click mentality. How do you feel about? I mean, that way you don't have to bring the man's name into it until. I mean, oh yeah, because they kind of. That's what I'm saying. You don't really have to mention them. I mean, you can kind of deal with the questions that you have without making an example out of my man here. You know what I mean?
Why is it your? I mean, does Darius have an impressive resume or something as running a company?
Yeah, I feel you. That was kind of our. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Oh, I was just say that that was kind of our like thing with ebb and scale. Like we were kind of like, well, maybe we're not ready for Windsward
I
or
think I'm gonna die. I went the wrong way. I think I fell in a hole. I can't see where I am.
try to
Keep going,
unstuck.
keep going.
Yeah.
You're right with me. Yeah.
Oh crap!
And we kind of set
Yes.
ourselves up to where we don't really know when mergers are going to happen, and we don't know when they're going to expand the map. And we looked at Evan Scale and we saw how that little top of the map there is. If they were going to expand it, that's where they're expanding it. And what people see as kind of a discarded territory now, one day could be something decent. Um, and that's kind of why we did that. And it was like kind of a just in case one thing happens before another, we'd be good. You know, but you've done your research when it comes to you know Reekwater and seen how this is how much they cost them. And they're kind of making a little bit of money, so why not? Yeah,
We're not at the fort anymore.
correct. Yeah, I don't think things are going too well in Pluto, if you ask me. Just because I know, so Beefy, the one I talked about who left Chaz, me, Beefy, I don't know if you remember the people, Medic and Smitty Games. Um, we all used to play Tarkov together, and um, we joined here. They just liked the name Chad LLC, so that's why they joined that. And I kind of was like, we have a different group for this game. I was like, I'm just going to do my thing over here. Then of course, then Beefy came over here, but then they went to Pluto. According to Beefy, they've really kind of not liking what's going on over Pluto, so they've kind of stopped playing the game altogether and went back to playing Tarkov. So I don't really think things are going too well over there, if you ask me.
I don't get why they moved to the biggest server because
Plus, they had this big fish, little pond mentality, right?
yeah, but it's best to be on a medium server because then it's
A little bit of everything.
you got enough people for everything, but it's not too many people.
See, for me, like if I was ever to leave the server, I would wait until after the merge. That's
Yep.
my mentality. It's like I don't want to put myself in a situation, and yeah, things might seem good over it. The grass might seem greener, but then servers merge, and I end up in an even worse situation than I left. So it makes no sense for me to do that. Plus, we have people who literally followed us over here from other servers, and if we left, they'd be stuck. And I don't want to leave these people stuck. Right? Who knows? I agree. Plus, I haven't seen anything that's happened here that makes me go, "Oh, we need to leave." You know what I mean? Some things shuffle, some
Oh,
people come and go.
if anything,
Yeah.
it's getting better because all the toxic groups are leaving.
Oh, I agree. Right. Right. There's risk reward. Yeah. I mean, like my thing, my biggest like in my head, the biggest disadvantage a lot of us would have going to a high pop server is like there's a window here, right? Like, where you can run outpost rush a couple times a day. Over there, these people probably live and breathe outpost rush, and they get way more gold per day because they can run it all damn day. And because of that, you're already financially you'll be behind the eight ball. I don't see a scenario where you won't be behind the eight ball financially. I think that's the one clipped wing that anyone who would go from a low population server to a high population server would suffer from. Correct. Correct. There you go. Right. That would be cool. Or if whatever they do it, they have like the brackets between worlds. I feel like if they just made it between that, that would be, a good idea as well. Yeah, yeah, right.
There's 7 in our world set.
7. Okay. In between all those 7, we're at 1,500.
Mm, oh, probably more than that.
Okay.
If you give them at least a 50-player buffer, we're probably more than 2K.
Okay. Okay. See, I hope they do a little bit more research when it comes to these instead of just saying, "All
Anybody
right, this is the world set."
DPS for, Genesis? Yeah.
Yeah, I've never done it, but yeah, I would love to. I'm range DPS. Do I
Right.
need to switch armor?
What kind of range?
Musket rapier.
Okay, can you put a fire gem in your musket?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I have an arcana in there right now, but yeah, I can switch it to a fire gem. You'll have to explain me what to do, but I'm a fast learner. Don't worry.
Alright. Well, what's your, gear score at right now? Your average gear score, equipped?
I think 529.
Ooh, should be about 540. It'll be
Oh, okay, okay. No worries then. Yeah, I'm at 520, 27 actually, 527. I thought I was at 529. Does your gear score, does it take into effect, well, I guess it takes into my ring and my bags, right?
your average is just what you have, yeah, equipped.
Yeah.
Oh, not
Oh,
yet.
it doesn't accept. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, you get a combat gear score and you have a watermark gear score. Those are the two different things you got.
Yeah, I'm at 527. I might be a little too low to take it on right now. Yeah, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I think I'm still at like 530 on my watermark because all I get are the two. That's why I actually came here to Reekwater to do my daily ninja loot run on yeah, where we are. Yeah, Forecastle Drift. Yeah, Forecastle Drift and Spire of Melpomene. Yeah. I'll be right back.
No problem. Shocks. Well, that would reset your. Yeah. Really? Damn. Yeah. Did you try to unstuck and that didn't work either? Gotcha. I don't know how you pulled that one off. Yeah, I feel you. Yeah.
He's gotten stuck in those little like rock walls on the side of the road.
I know them. Stuck inside a tree trunk, inside of
There you go. Nice. Yeah. Tends to, tends to pay off in the end, I tend to feel like. At least from my, experience with it. It tends to pay off in the end.
My thing when I first started this game was just randomly healing people as I traveled from place to place. Only ever had one guy chase after me and thank me though.
That's what's up.
It's like he'd almost, been down, and I just healed him up to full. And he's like, after he killed the guy, he runs after me and he's like, "Thanks, man." Gives me the double thumbs up and then runs off. He's not exactly peaceful. Incredibly painful. Not as painful as being set on fire, though. Or melted by acid. Both of those are incredibly bad. Yep. So does the Middle East.
Well, damn.
Who are the perpetrators of that, though? In India, is it Hindus? So bad. That's so bad. What's the point in that to a person? But what's the punishment?
I don't think there's much of a punishment. Oh yeah. Well, they had to have entire uh, train sections where it's just the females only, but then you have guys dressing up as women so they could grope. And then there's also, it's like somebody will grope and they'll haul them off and they'll be like, "Oh, it's not even a guy, dressed as a woman. It's actually a woman groping another woman."
Is it just the 3 of us interactive right now?
What do you mean?
Or
I'm back. I'm back.
okay, right back.
Let's just. No, who we lose? Oh, we lost Victus. Okay. I heard someone. Gotcha. Yep. You're good.
You're good, brother.
You're good.
Japan also has that problem where nobody wants to date anymore. What they'll do is they'll just work like crazy, make a lot of money, and then they'll spend all that money in host or hostess clubs. And you'll also notice that the Japanese sex toys are incredibly, well done. So it's it's all they have all the
Yeah, step
porn
up.
games and all the porn and everything too. So
Yeah, it's definitely a cultural thing for a lot of these places. Every place has its own. Every place has its problems, right? But it's different, but equally is like wow.
okay. Oh, just a bear.
Oh, yeah. Right. Right. Yeah. A lot of the time, a lot of the time, it's time that needs to happen, right? And unfortunately,
Oh,
yeah,
a lot of the time, you just need people from that generation to die off because they're just going to keep doing it. Because a lot of people, when they're doing something bad, they don't want to stop.
yeah. Kind of. I mean, a generational culture is definitely to be plays a big part. You know, what I mean, and then as that generation tends to die off, the newer generation becomes fewer and fewer. It still reminisces, right? It still, has a residual effect, but it tends to get less and less and less and less anywhere you go. But first, you have to recognize that there is a problem. Do what you can to curve that problem in the current state you're in, and then when you have to realize that at a certain point, you're going to be hitting a wall, and part of that is just a time thing that has to happen. Oh yeah, so fall in line. Yeah, right.
Well, too many parents don't have time to parent their kids these days.
Yeah,
They got 2 or 3 jobs just trying to keep everything afloat.
yeah,
Only school's not doing either one in a lot of
effectively.
cases.
It's not doing either one effectively. Yeah, when it comes to disagreement and things of that nature, I always, you know kind of play like this. Like if you can't even take the minute to kind of see it from someone's perspective, then there's no reason to argue about it, right? Because at that point we're just arguing for the sake of arguing. Nothing's gonna end up happening. And sometimes it becomes a hey, we just have to agree to disagree. You know what I mean? and that's just the way it is. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I feel like the problem we have nowadays is it's just like if you're not 100% with me, you're 100% against me. There's no like, right? There's no like, hey, I kind of meet you here, and I kind of see where you're coming from here. I don't really agree with you, but I'm not against you. Hey, Willis, there's a guy right to your left. Peter, there's a guy here. I don't know if he's going to attack us or not. If he does, he's going to get clapped. I'm going to tell you that right now. Yeah, you're coming up on a guy, Pete. I'm going to stand around and wait. I think you're good, Peter.
There's absolutely no role assignment either. Like nobody knows. Everybody's. When I asked the question on who is doing what, like i.e. I'm armor, you're a jewel crafter, um, whatever. Everybody was just like, oh, we're all doing all.
It takes forever.
I'm going the wrong
Well,
way.
no, but I mean,
Collider, I think you know the better way, right?
Well, I watched Franklin go this way before. This seems quicker.
yeah,
And then
you kind of remember.
climb up the
I think
ropes.
I think that you should have made that spreadsheet. But it's also something now that you have a guy who is like really good with Discord and stuff like that. It's something he can easily implement it now. You can do a lot through Discord that can eliminate you having to make those spreadsheets a lot of times. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I know Discord stuff as well. I just don't know the bots. Yep.
Yeah, most
Because
do.
I know ways you can split up roles for permissions, access, and colors. So that because so many people they want a certain color and then they'll give them a role for something, but it's sort of like, yeah, but your color roles have to be at the top or whatever, or you make everything a white role, except then you have the color roles underneath them all so that they have the lowest permissions. Because if you put your color roles on top, that means that you've now given them access to, whatever is under those roles in a way,
It
the
kind of
way the
takes
permissions
precedent.
are stacked.
Gotcha. There
And
you
if you split the permission roles from the access roles too, that way you can custom tailor things per person so you can give them access to certain things, but only certain permissions. And instead of lumping everything into a single role, it's more flexible, but it's a lot more work.
go. Yeah, I feel you. Discord's definitely an amazing tool. Sometimes you gotta put a little extra work to be a little finicky with it, but you get it straight. Be good. I just have my guys selecting a role based on their actual character role. That's all I have them doing at this point. Like I said, I have the power to change their nickname or whatever. Once people hit like 200 and something, I'll kind of give them a behind their name of parentheses such and such. That way people can, kind of hunt down who they need to. But we also have pretty decent. I mean, for being the size we are, I think we actually have pretty decent communication of who do I go to in case of this. It's kind of already kind of worked itself out. Who people kind of know who to talk to now. Yeah, right. Because it gets
Well,
lost in the shuffle. Yeah.
a lot of the stuff you got to figure out as you go along because, I mean, you'll find a need for something and you'll add that, and then that need will disappear, and then you don't need it anymore. And then
Yeah. For
sometimes you'll
example,
add
we have
something. Go ahead.
yeah. I would say because, for example, we at first we had a pre-war room and a war room, right? But now we do all our wars and stuff through the Heliopolis Marauder thing. That's kind of just been how we do it now. So yeah, so it's like I don't really need that in our Discord anymore. It's something I could probably just delete out of there. It just takes the people who need to be on top of things just kind of pay attention, and then you have those people below you who those oversights that you miss, they kind of bring to your attention or can handle themselves. Yep. I feel you. Well, that's the thing, right? Like I always go under the philosophy it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. So, we have right. I mean, and if it's in its own channel, right? Like we have people who will post dev notes when they pop up, or they'll find some stuff on YouTube about the game that they want to share with people. And we have a specific channel where, hey, if you want to look at this stuff, guess what? You're allowed to. If you don't want to see it, guess what? It's not going to be right in your face in the general chat. It's going to be its own tucked away thing. You can do whatever the hell you want to. Right. Right. Yeah, makes sense. Well, I know me personally. I have yet to shot call war. This one tomorrow night will be my first. But I can tell you that my shot calling style, if it's anything like my outpost rush style, is probably pretty similar to that. That's just how I do. It. And with my ear for like team speak, they can say things to me, which then I can just relay it how I need to. Or if it's something that doesn't apply, because I think it happens a lot, right? That we'll be in a war, and someone will say something, and we don't really deal with each other enough to know, was that the person shot calling's voice, or was that someone else's voice? And then you hesitate, and you're like, they'll be like, "There's a bunch going to C," and then you stop and you go, "Wait, does that mean we're going C, or does that mean we're sticking to A? Like, what are we doing?" And that hesitation costs you. If that's something that's only in my ear, I can decide whether or not to say it. You know what I mean? Right.
Wait on me a minute, Paul.
Right.
I'm behind.
All right, Peter.
The
No,
Risen
no, he's
Kings.
just a little behind. He's grabbing chests.
Have you guys been in a war with the Risen Kings?
Yes. Yeah. Well, we've been.
Yeah,
Yeah. We've been in many.
they shot call tremendously well.
Yeah, I think Batman does a good job. Well, you know what's funny is some of the thing like I haven't had a real like too many conversations with Badmo or and that when it comes to like war strategy or anything like that. But some of the things that we talked about just coming off the top of our heads were implemented in some of the wars we've had, like a team of just tanks. That was a thing. Like having teams of just ranged DPS. That was something we talked about. Honestly, we personally talked about separating people into groups based on role. Period. And then it's just team one, team two. None of this group nonsense. It's just team one, team two is one. Team one's 1, 2, 3. Team two is 6, 7, 8, and every role is within that group, but it's separated out in two groups, and kind of have people be able to orchestrate as that group within themselves. Healers being able to communicate with themselves because a lot of the healers we're going to have in one of the groups will be in TeamSpeak. They'll be able to talk to each other as we move to points. I mean, I feel like we need a little bit more communication than just internally within ourselves. We need a little bit more communication than what we're getting from just one Discord channel.
I'm
Right.
just my observation from being in a few of the attacking wars. They always go for A or C first, which I never understood. I mean, yes, they cap it a lot faster, but it makes no sense. You literally need to attack B primary, and then go after A and C. So the difference between they have to run between points isn't so close. Because if you just take A, they camp right between B and C, and it's just so hard to get through their Zerg.
They can cut you off. I kind of understand that. I'll tell you one thing that used to bug the living hell out of me was the delayed push. That used to bug the hell out of me because I was like, once you do it like 2 times, it's like, dude, they know what you're doing, man. You're not fooling anybody. When they see like 6 people trickle out of a fort, they go, okay, well, that's not the main force. You know what I mean? So I think if you're going to split AC, you split it and you just go.
Yep, yeah,
You don't
absolutely.
do this whole. You don't do this whole because, and I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna do tomorrow night is we're gonna when we split AC, we're gonna split push AC. But we're gonna come all at the front gate because I want it to look like it's confusion with people just running every which way. I don't want it to look like, okay, they're coming out the left gate, they're obviously going C, or they're coming out the right gate, they're obviously going A. I want it to look like it's confusing, like we don't know what the hell we're doing. It's just organized chaos, right? Because without haste pots, you make the wrong call. Oh, they're going to C. Guess what? A's already gone because you're not getting exactly, exactly, right, right, exactly. And you take that mentality, and you apply it to the actual battlefield. You get them leaning. And it's just like as a person who played. I mean, I played sports for a long time in my life. You get someone leaning in one direction, you're already past them because they're not going to be able to have by the time they reach back over. You're already done. You're already past them. You're already done.
I know it might be hard, but I mean, in my theory, I would attack all 3 points, but primarily focus on B.
Well, we are going to have a push to B. It's going to be so. Here's how we got to set up. Of course, we're not going to be able to implement this whole thing, obviously, because we don't think we're going to have 50, right? Because of the numbers problem. But in an ideal world, we actually have the tank team, which we have is like with a heavy healer, and the siege team, the heavy, yeah, and we're going to have those two. They're going to push B. Yeah. Right. You're just wasting their time. Yeah. 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 So basically, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have the tank team and the siege team go B, with the siege team setting up and immediately taking out the middle cannons with repeaters, and then if A and C aren't working, we're gonna crash down onto B
What war is
from both
this as
sides
a reference?
tomorrow. Windsward's tomorrow, and if yeah, so if A and C aren't working, we're gonna crash down onto B. Um, and then if that doesn't work, we go from there. But that's going to be the initial strategy coming out the gate. Nothing. Correct. No, I agree.
The tank teams, are you just talking about pure survivability, or are you also talking about control? So what does it count as control? The hammers, great axes, ice gauntlet?
It's not a bad idea.
Well, slow is
We
a
kind
form
of
of crowd control.
right. We
Is
yeah, for sure. Especially
Void Gauntlet
and
with its root would be another one.
yeah, that's another one. That's a good option. I mean, we kind of substitute the DPS that you're putting in the tank team with the siege. Kind of. That's kind of how we're gonna have to play it by ear. But like I said, it's always gonna be a work in progress. Um, with the range that's in 1 and 2 to work on that. That's going to be their primary. Muskets, bows, fire staff, whatever their range of choice. I use musket now. I started using musket. I think muskets are better for siege. Yes. Yeah, whatever. They're big guns on the wall. Yeah, they do. They do. But I mean, the one we did, yeah, and they go pretty damn far. But the one that we did with you guys, where we attacked, And we actually did a pretty good job taking out the siege, except we were told to stop worrying about the inside cannons, and that kind of ended up screwing us. I used the bow for that one,
Oh,
and
dang it, I grabbed water.
I was doing 4,000 or 5,000 a hit. You know what I mean? So the bow can work, just like the fire can work. You know, it can all work. The question is just coordinating it together to get it in the right position. That's where I was.
Well, no, fire staff, they
Fire staff
have a
has
very
range.
short projectile range because
Yeah, the
they reach a
fireball.
certain point and then they just terminate.
Yeah, the fireball can go for a decent amount of space, but the regular heavy attack only goes so far. Oh, nice. There you go. The more you know. Yeah, I will be. Yeah, no problem. I can get that. Yeah, I can get that.
Oh, crap. Little help. Little help. Never mind.
Good.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm just fighting.
Dog
wolf.
or another one?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I tend to think. I tend to think having a being range, I kind of get a pretty good view of most things that are happening. Instead of like when you're on the point, all you really get to see is the point.
I'm chilling.
I traded with the alpha.
I don't know, man. It's like I'm just running along, didn't see anything, and the next thing I know, I got 3 wolves on me.
I hope it's only when you fully die.
Yeah. So for some reason, my intelligence is not. I lost my intelligence one, but I have the show of strength. Oh, never mind. It's in intelligence and Shattered Mountain. My bad.
Uh,
Papa, don't holler if you need heals from me, because you ain't getting them.
Makes sense. That makes sense. Nice. Very true. Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, there's different ways to do it. You just have to, you know, people ask me what they should, well, we doing an invasion? Are we doing a war? One of the other wars, and they'll be like, what should I run? I'm like, dude, you run what you are most comfortable running. Find what works for you. I think PETA started using the Void Gauntlet, and he absolutely loves it. He's running Light Staff Void Gauntlet, and he absolutely loves it. And he has an ability now. When people get up on him, he can actually take care of himself. You know what I mean? He doesn't have to escape. You know what I mean? He can.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna swap my rapier out for the Void Gauntlet.
Yeah, I've been running bow, rapier, musket, rapier for the longest time, and I've gotten very good with both, and I kind of just stick to that. And both have some AOE type of things, like on the musket I run the sticky bomb, which they buffed to. I think it was like at 125%, but now it's like 200 and something percent damage, and then I run the poison arrow for and I just constantly throw all that stuff on the point when I'm in a war. That's the kind of stuff I just throw. Like I'll shoot other people, but as soon as those abilities come up, turn, throw it on the point, go back to what I was doing. Right, right. It's all about you. Right? It's about understanding you as a person and having awareness of where you're at in the fight and what's going on. Yeah. And Peter will tell you he was against us the other day or today in Outpost Rush, and he was uh, chopping people up with the Void Gauntlet, and I just threw a sticky bomb over in that area. And next, 4 people went down because it does so much AOE damage. Just
Back in just a bit.
one of those things. There you go. Sounds good. I needed the tokens anyways because I was told by a pretty reliable source. Like at first I had because I need to be able to dodge roll. That's like 90% of what I do to just stay alive. Uh, so I originally had medium helmet, medium arms because I couldn't do medium helmet, medium chest piece. It was too heavy. But then I was told it's probably better to do medium chest piece, medium legs, and kind of protect my base and puts just like thrust damage resistance on a little bit of the stuff, so that way you don't get shot in the head by a musket and get killed. Because that's mainly what I deal with. I deal with a lot of musket shots, other bows, a lot of thrust damage gets sent my way. I could have all the slash resistance or strike resistance in the world, it's not going to matter. A Warhammer Great Axe user catches me, I'm done. I'll just tell you that right now. I'm done. I could try to get away by dodging or using the rapier or whatever, but it's if they catch me, I'm done. So it makes more sense for me to prevent myself from dying from the things that are actually actively killing me than just what everyone says you should probably do. And I think part of that is, the good thing about this game, right, is like, no one knows that they're right. This is a new game. I mean, there's still things being tweaked with and discovered, and new metas are being developed every week with a different update and all kinds of nonsense. A new bug happens, and this becomes ineffective because of it, and all that shifting plays a part. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, if you feel like something works for you, do it. If it doesn't work, guess what? You get to change it. You're not stuck sitting there with the same stuff all the time. On defense, yeah, right. I think the first war that any of us got into was me and Chevy. We got into a Chet LLC war as Siege. That was the first thing we ever did, and we've grown from there, being included into more and more and more and more, and then more of our people joined us, and then we had even more show up, and now we're sitting in a pretty good group that shows up, and we've gone from Siege to kind of being, a big part of what happens and what goes on, and that's, it didn't just all happen at once. We kind of learned from that Siege perspective first, and I think it's helped because you kind of know you don't want to look back, right? If you're on the battlefield, you don't want to look back and see what's going on up there, but you kind of got to know if we're somewhere where they're supposed to be. And I think that kind of helps knowing where Siege kind of how they do it, because now you know where they're supposed to be, where we're doing stuff, and if they're doing their job, they'll be there. Correct. Peter, you guys good?
Yeah, I'm good. I was looking at
Yeah, I'm good.
Right. Whole thing comes full circle. I feel you. Yeah. I know. Vinny left. Poor bastard. Yeah, he left today. I know. I was a little sad to see him go. I liked Vinny. Vinny Big Facts, is that what we're talking about? Or something different? Yep, yep. Okay. Oh yeah, very, very Italian, very New York. Yeah. Yeah, we had. I'll be honest. Last few days, they've had a decent amount of people who said, see ya. They moved on to different servers and stuff from all kinds of companies, factions, all that stuff. I personally, like I said, I would wait for the mergers, but people got to do what's best, what they think is best for them. Very true. No, I feel you. Yeah, yeah, they don't. Well, that's cool. I mean, one part I thought was pretty funny, like how I didn't understand the move from Chad, and I put it very bluntly a couple times, because they were like, "Well, there's just not enough PvP here," and I'm like, "There's an entire purple company that's just as big as you guys that you could literally fight on a daily basis. Why won't you? You mean?" And then as soon as they leave, what we had 3 wars a day for a week. Like we went from 0 PvP to 300% PvP. I mean, there was no reason for anybody to have to feel like that's the reason they needed to leave. I thought it was more of a cop out. I think that and I even told Wakanda this. I said, I'll be honest with you, dude. I think you're just afraid of them. I think you're afraid of them. You know you can't beat them, so you're gonna shuffle off somewhere where you think you can beat people. Anyway, correct. It was slaughter. Yeah, I think people got intimidated by uh Bustin as just like as a streamer. You know what I mean? People heard he's a streamer. You know what I mean? And I think people just got intimidated by that alone. You know what I mean? Um, my no, go ahead. No, go ahead. Good. Yeah. Right. No, I agree. I mean, like, there's two ways to react to finding like you see a big obstacle or what you think is a big obstacle. There's two ways to react to it. There's the way that I think some people reacted when it comes to like, oh, he's a streamer. He must, he's got all these resources. We probably can't beat him in a war. And then you had a lot of my guys who were like, screw that. Let's go punch him in the mouth on the battlefield. I mean, then there's two ways. That's just a personality thing, right? You can't teach that. That's just you are that way, or you're not that way. There's some people who say they're like, maybe we'll just stay to ourselves over here. And other people are like, nah, you wanna put yourself on a grand stage. I'm gonna be on that stage with you. and I'm gonna embarrass you in front of the world. And that's just the type of mentality I think a lot of my guys had when it came to it. Right. Exactly. There you go. Right. There you go. There you go.
Well, speaking about focus, a lot of streamers don't have that focus because they're concentrating on the game, on the stream. They're just something falls by the wayside a lot of the time. And in some cases, it's the company. In some cases, it's their gameplay. There's a lot of these streamers that don't know how to do anything. You know, they have other people carry them. You know, they're basically just a celebrity, and so they, you know, you take away these other people, and they've got no idea what they're doing.
Well, it's the Steve Jobs, Mike Wozniak thing, right? Like it's the without Wozniak's, Apple was never what it once was. But Steve Jobs is the person who gets all the fame, and he's the face of that whole operation when he was alive. But you know, what I mean, that's it happens. It happens a lot. There's nothing wrong with it, I mean, but it just it seems to work out that way a lot of times. Um, right. Yeah. Yeah. I feel that. Right. There's two types. Right. Yeah. Yeah. And neither way is the correct way, and neither way is the right way. You know what I mean? It just right, and they attract different audiences. It's that simple. You know what I mean? Right. Yeah.
Okay, I have to grab the thing over here.
that's called progress. Right. Right. Of course. I agree. I agree. It's
Oh
about
no,
giving
Wolfie,
someone
leave me alone.
you can give somebody all the tools, but
But you
if
can't
you don't see
can't
them,
teach stupid.
yeah, exactly. If you give somebody the tools a couple times and you see them making no effort to really use those tools to make themselves better. You're just wasting your time constantly giving that person the tools. You're wasting your time. You're wasting their time. You know what I mean? And I have a problem where I have a lot of people who we have resources, and people will be like, "Oh, I don't. I'll be fine. Like I don't want to take your such and such." Like look, you can get more of such and such. You need it. We have it. You need people to run this dungeon. We have people to help you run the dungeon. Like it's not an inconvenience. Don't think you're bothering anybody. I mean, there will be times that you're going to need help, and hey, we're doing something. You mean, but if we got people available, just speak up and say it. And if you don't know what you're doing, just say something, and we'll teach you how to do it, or we'll tell you how that we do this part of the dungeon, we do this part. You have a question about healing, you have a question about tanking, or things of that nature. Dude, just speak up. And it's an environment thing. It is a strictly an environment thing that you set up, because I'll tell you what, when me and Chevy first did the first Chat LLC war, right? We got in there and we realized that we do nothing. And the entire environment was tense. It was, we're here to do this, like focus up now type of mentality. It was, we're about to get sweaty. These people were all about this one thing. And we had never done Siege before. But my ass is not about to ask the question of what do we do. Luckily, some other poor soul asked the question, "What do we do?" I've never done Siege before, and you could tell just in the voice of the person who asked the question that they couldn't believe they had the audacity to ask that question. Like, how dare you not know? And that's why I was like, "This, yes," and I was like, "This just, yeah." This was like, I was like, and this all of it. I DM Chevy immediately. I said, and this went. I was like, everything I thought I knew nothing, and this is just a intense feeling. And I learned very quickly, though, that that's not the way these things actually go, because by doing other wars with other people, they created a different environment.
Fragment, you could always put together a playbook per position, a positional playbook.
Don't forget the section for when everything goes sideways and none of the previous applies.
Last page, yeah, last page of the handbook. Yeah, there's like two forms of focus, right? Like there's that focus you have when you go into something, and then there's that real focus that you put forward when shit just goes sideways. Like there's two levels. There's like focus, all right, I'm ready. And then when shit doesn't go according to plan, it's like, all right, I apparently wasn't ready. Now I'm ready. And I think we kind of had that, right? I think we kind of had that in the Monarch's Bluff War. Like I think we were ready, right? And then they took A, and I think everybody was like, oh shit, now we're ready. You know what I mean? Like we weren't ready. Now, right. Now we're double ready. All right. Right. Yeah.
I'm gonna go smoke real quick, but if you guys want to take off, go ahead. I'll catch up.
You gotta be close. Yeah. 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 Actually, I was surprised how quickly Evanscale really took us. I mean, well, we were proactive with it. Like we knew, like when we had a meeting with, and you weren't actually even in there. I think you might not have been on. It was with Shadowhawk, Knights of Shadowhawk. And then I think Badmo was there. I was there. It was Blue at the time was there for AA, and then Latter Day Saints, which they're no longer on the server, they were there as well. And that's when kind of Knights of Shadowhawk revealed that Oof's leave, Bustin's quit, Oof's leaving, all this thing. And I knew when I heard that, okay, I know what they're gonna do. they're going to push Windsward and Everfall. Right? I knew that. And I said, look, they're going to do that. If we're going to take a territory, this is our shot, right? Let's line it up with their 2. Let's push Evanscale. But I also didn't want to do it as a, well, you guys are doing this, we're doing our thing, screw you. I mean, I wanted to also help them push Everfall. I also wanted to help them push Windsward because, we made a deal that we're a faction first and we're all in this together. So I said, let's start slowly pushing Evanscale. Just slowly nudging it, right? And then when they decide to do it, then we push the ball across the line. Of course, it happened a lot faster than I thought. I thought it would end up happening this week, not this weekend. That kind of became an impromptu thing after the Monarchs bluff war. They were kind of like, let's go do it. And I was like, shit. What I mean? So we already started to move it. We had it at about 24% before we started, but we got it done pretty quickly. I'd say it probably took us about 2 hours. We were able to get it done before Everfall was even done. And then we were able to, what we did is we got it to 65%. Then we had 3 people in the company stay, keep doing them. And we hopped over to Everfall to help them finish pushing it, and then started helping on Windsward. And then after Windsward got to about 40%, we hopped back over to Evanscale to finish it off. So all it took was a little coordination, a little, But see, I'd already talked to Blue about all this, but then Blue dropped the bombshell that he was stepping away, and I hadn't talked to Spell about it. So, like when he said we're gonna push Everfall Windsward tonight, I said, let me send this man a message because now he's the one out of the loop because no one else knows. So then, well, yeah, because he wasn't in that meeting either, or and I had already talked to Blue about it, but Blue, was no longer there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was the one who I think was in there as well. Oh, nice. There you go.
Here's the
Yeah, it got
secret.
pretty.
It's all really the same time.
Yes, just different shades of light.
It's all in the present right now. They're not really in the future. They're not really in the past. But they don't want you to know that. So just act like you don't know this.
I'm back. Yep.
Shit. Yeah, and this kind of ended up being the way we ended up doing it, right? Eventually, we just started to flow into groups naturally and said, all right, now grab and go, and we'll regroup if you meet some resistance. Right. Correct. Well, here's what I noticed. If you start planning a big group, right? Like, then next thing you know, people start to notice, hey, there's a bunch of greens gathered in this particular area. Then they start blowing up faction chat. Then faction chat says, well, let's go fight them. That's when you get resistance. When you just kind of, right, you kind of just trickle in and out as a few small groups. You can do these things all day. People don't notice. People don't check the map to see, oh, is someone pushing? No. By that time, it's like I wake. It happens to me all the time. I don't even know
They
if you
don't check
pushed
to
this.
see the names either.
Yeah, I look up and go, oh shit, it's in conflict. Like, didn't even know we were pushing it, and I'm in the faction. You know what I mean? So it's like, if you draw attention to yourself, you can't be mad at anybody but yourself for expecting resistance. Right. Right. Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between there
Are
comes
you
like
talking about the dude with Knights of Shadow? I'm sorry to interject.
no, you're fine.
Yo,
Which
that
one,
dude's
Laserbear?
toxic as fuck. He literally teabagged me in a corner and tried to get his boys to block me in a corner in a crafting station in Brightwood. Lancifer. He wears no helmet, right? And he's got, I think he's got void bent. Yeah, yeah.
He could have that. He could have that knockoff wood bent. It looks like void bent.
Yeah, he literally spent, I don't know, probably roughly 18 minutes teabagging me in a corner.
Did you have your weapon out?
No, they tried to. I didn't have my weapon out, but they
Oh,
were
okay.
trying to, like, in block him in, block in, like, area.
No, you ain't
Well,
gonna do that.
you don't have to talk to him about it.
Just
Yeah,
tell him if I
absolutely.
see
Yeah.
that little bastard on that OPR, he's in for it. You know, yeah. Well, I'll be honest. Yeah, that's another way I can tell if my team's about to get wrecked in the OPR or not. Like, I'll be like, we're sitting there thinking, I'm like, oh man, I'm not seeing anybody I recognize. We're screwed. You know, right? I was like, man, I'm not seeing. Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody I know. So I don't even know who this guy. This guy must have just hit 60 this week, man. Next thing you know, we're trapped in our own spawn. Which I think what they need to do for that, honestly, is I think they need to code it into like some kind of like corruption that if you enter the opposing team's spawn, it starts to do damage over time, like the corruption areas do. That way you can't do that. I think that's absolutely ridiculous that they can literally be across that threshold in your spawn, trapping you. Yeah, yeah. Don't make it like a fence. Yeah, yeah. Don't make it like a fence because then people would just sit there and just you once you cross over a wall or whatever in this game, someone gets you, you're done. But if you made it like a corruption thing, like as soon as they walked in, it started to do damage over time, like the corruption portals do, that'd be way better.
Why not just hit them with not just the corruption damage, but
Rend or
status debuffs like rend and stuff, so they take extra damage and
yeah, something, right? Like that's the key, right? Something has to be.
basically
And
stuff
they
that
also
they don't want to be there.
right, and they also need to get rid of those damn birds. So I don't care. They need to get rid of them. I don't understand. You guys at the enemy intelligence? Okay. I'm just now dropping off infiltrate and then heading back to the thing. No. We hit intelligence already. Now we're heading to infiltrate and then now we're heading back to.
Oh, so our run should finish it out then.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. One more. I really don't understand. I don't really understand why yellow left in my opinion, and I said it time and time again. Like I don't know if me personally, right? I think we and I mean we as a Marauder faction kind of created the yellow inferiority complex on the server when we did the whole like, oh well, we're gonna give you a territory. It made them kind of those who are still around kind of now they just want their hands out, right? And they kind of just want their stuff for free, and we made them depend on things. They could have easily have pushed Windsward while we pushed Everfall. Could have easily have pushed Reekwater just like we're doing now. There would have been no one to stop them. And I don't know if they were going to think that we were going to sign up to help Purple, but that was never going to happen. If anything, most of us would have probably signed up to help them defeat Purple. So I don't know why they just all of a sudden were like, "Oh, we're gone." Yes. It's gone. Yeah, yeah, they're gone. It's like it's and for me, you know, what I mean, like I didn't say it, but you know, in my head, I'm thinking you can go to another server, bro, but it's like that mentality is not going to get you anywhere, no matter what server you're on. Right. Yes. Make them work for it. Exactly. And that's kind of what I said. I said, you know, if you guys want to push a territory, we will help you. Like we will sign up for the war. You know, if numbers is your issue, trust me, it's an issue that's going around for all of us. We got you, dude. Like, and I told Spell's server when I talked to him the other day, I said, I don't care who owns it. The important thing is it needs to get out of Oof's hands immediately because it's going to destroy everything. That's the important part of this. It needs to get out of their hands,
Oh,
regardless
we
of
got
what
an
color
alpha
does it.
on us. An alpha.
We were at 93 after we turned ours in.
Oh, they retreated. Yep, yep, yep.
I'm just going to grab infiltrate and show of strength, which I just got, and run that real quick, just in case you need like that extra little run and a half. And they're both on the same side. Take less time to do infiltrate and show of strength than it would be to do intelligence and infiltrate or whatever. Oh, not a problem. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you know, like I said, you know, people helped us push influence from time to time. People were going to help us when it comes to wars and stuff, you know, and vice versa. Plus, I needed the faction tokens, so yeah, I agree. Yeah, it helps the time go by too. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. The struggle makes the bond. Right. Yeah, I think they kind of go hand in hand, right? Like you don't have a bond with people you don't have memories with. They kind of intertwine with each other.
A really great way to form bonds is breastfeeding.
All right, we'll whip those bad boys out. Let's go. There you go. Makes sense. Right. Right.
So I fought his governor. I was like on late, real late one night, like 2:33 in the morning, like we are right now. And I went to go take the fort here in Reekwater. It was like literally like maybe 10 seconds from completing it. And his governor came in and I fought. I might have got a bit frustrated and said some stuff. And then and then when I got back to Brightwood, like his whole team were just like teabagging me in the corner. So I guess he told him.
Yeah,
I was like,
probably
literally,
probably took a
I
little.
didn't say anything too bad. I said something like, literally, man, like fucking 3 in the morning, one guy in light armor or something like. I forget what I said, but anyways, I talked it out with him in the end. Then the following day, I saw him. I was like, listen, I'm sorry, bro. I got frustrated. He's like, bro, if I were you, I'd have been super frustrated too, because he saw how close I was from taking it. It's literally 10 seconds, and the fort would have been mine. My PvP mission would have been done, and I'd have been done for the night.
I feel you.
Anyways,
We've all had those moments. I think I remember one time we were doing it was me, Chevy, and someone else. We were doing a elite zone, and like we had to do it for one of the legendary weapon, like the 580 weapon quests, and we're up there and we see another group there, right? So we're thinking, all right, cool, we're gonna just knock this out together, right? Like they're here, we're here. They were also green, I mean, they're also marauders. Uh, well, they thought it'd be a fun idea to aggro a huge group and lead them right to us, let them kill us, and not pick us up. And I lost it. I mean, I lost it. Like I respawned back at the tent, which was not that far away, ran back there, and I started just going off, right? Because it was similar situations like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm getting frustrated because that's something that should never have happened, especially when you're green. You know what I mean? Like everything was just like coming to my head that like this is ridiculous. And sometimes it's it just happens. I get it. We've all been in those situations where
it's just
something happens, it hits us the wrong way, and
I don't know. In this game, you literally have, unless I stay a mile out in light armor. That's why I'm trying to switch to medium armor as it is. In light armor, if unless I stay a mile out, I stand absolutely no chance against heavy armor guys for the most part.
so PETA is out there, and it's at 97, so probably had to be one more run. I think you're probably right.
How goes the run?
A lot of cardio.
My character isn't.
A swim of fate.
I actually think you should be able to swim in this game. I think if you have light armor on, you should be able to swim.
I
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Right.
whoa.
I'm sure they'll
Now,
add it
I
eventually.
believe it. It's made out of cloth. Everything else is made out of like metal and stuff, dude. It makes sense. If you're in light armor, you should be able to swim. I can swim in a dress. Come on, man.
Yeah, I think eventually as well. I mean, they were showing like pictures of large galleons and stuff originally.
Right.
You know what they should add is a net so you can catch insects.
A net for insects, so you can catch like a butterfly and harvest it or whatever it is.
Use it for arcana.
Moths.
Hell, use
Yeah.
stuff for cooking like freaking grasshoppers, man.
Yeah. The sky's
Or
the limit.
fish traps.
Dude, fish traps would be awesome. Like make it a faction item. Yeah, you make it like a faction item. You buy it, set it in a hotspot or whatever you want to do, and then come back. Yeah, like if your PvP flag allowed to do more, that would be pretty cool. Yeah. Oh yeah. I get people asking all the time, like people be like, "Hey, can we do a watermark run today?" And I'm like, "Dude, I'll do one, if we can get like 10 people, because 5 just ain't cutting it anymore." Or regardless of where you go, man, it's just not a, it's just
It's
not a
rough.
safe. Yeah, dude, they buffed. Like they, I think like they should acknowledge that. I don't know if they have or not, but they overdid it. I'm just gonna
Well,
say right
they
now, they overdid it.
acknowledged, but they didn't think that they overdid it. They said that we want things to be challenging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you talking about in Grey Cleave? Okay.
It's like a level 50.
Yes, you know that damn. Let's see, it's Grey Cleave. Uh, Mangled Heights, like that door that separates from the village thing, like that damn door, where the tentacle, right outside where the tentacle and the brood are, and then there's that stupid door. Dude, we had 10 of us beating on that thing for a good 5 minutes and couldn't get that thing down. Like I was like, this is ridiculous. It's a door.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. There's a door there, and I literally was like, dude, this is the worst time of my life. This is awful.
Yes, there's definitely something going on there where it's like
3%.
it's an emotional thing. It's like, how dare you beat our game?
Right. You're supposed to ignore it. Right.
You're at 3%
3%.
after I turned those in, Franklin. Yeah.
And so this will definitely do it. Yeah. And this is a 2+1, so this will definitely do it. I feel like it. I mean, I think maybe each one is 0.5%, and then 2 will make it a full percent or something of that nature, or a 1.25. I don't know, but I mean, what would we have? what did we have
Are we doing the full
running
route?
out here? Uh,
Fine with that.
was I turned and ran back for enemy intelligence. I just turned back and ran to the town. So apparently, all right.
He wants the tokens. He says we probably don't even have to do the second part, but he wants the tokens.
Token whore. Got it. There you go.
He's also communicating through the pings if you haven't been paying attention. Oh yeah, he pings for every one of the things we can pick up.
No, like materials, everything.
Like Azoth Spring.
I started heading north, and then I guess it switched and decided to keep going. So I'm just gonna run up here and wait for you guys. I'm gonna do um the elite chest run after this.
I'm with you.
It's just exploiting enemy pathing and AI. That's all.
Mind game. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Exactly right. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right. Yeah. I turned that in and went up to 98. So you guys got it. I think it's 0.5% for the 1+ ones, and then a whole percent for the 2+ ones. Possibly. I mean, that's the first I ever even heard of that, so I'm not sure how that works. Yeah, so who knows? But I mean, it could be. But
Yeah,
there you go.
I think it's less because I just turned mine in. 2%.
So maybe it's 1/4% and 0.5%, something of that nature. Maybe Peter turned his and got it to 97.5, which didn't show. I turned my 2+ one in, which made it 98. He puts his 2+ one in, which makes it to 98.5, which they don't show. Something of that nature.
Yeah, what helmet? What helmet is that? I've never
So
seen
this
that
is with
helmet.
the Twitch Prime drop. It's a skin for it. It was free actually, just with Twitch
Oh, okay,
Prime. I
okay.
clicked on that. Got it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you also get Prime Television or Prime Video. I mean,
Prime Video. Yeah. And
Nope.
Amazon Prime.
Yo, Peter looking
Uh,
suave AF right now.
Oh, my boy. They're slowly pushing influence in Reekwater. That's what they're doing. Amazon. Yep. Reekwater is the world. They're doing it slowly, so that way no one can stop them. Exactly. Exactly. Just kind of do it and don't say anything about it. People don't really notice it until it's already happened and it's too late. That simple. Oh, no doubt. Oh yeah. Yeah. and the ones that didn't died. Blockbuster, Hollywood Video, even Netflix. Like I remember when Netflix, you got
Here's
DVDs in the mail.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And they were like, "No, we're just gonna stream it now." You know what I mean? It's makes sense.
Say, she helping us tomorrow? Taking us off, sir.
No, he meant to talk in team speak. Yeah, yeah. Quiet, and he's got that accent, which does it. Yeah, drives me crazy. No, I'm just kidding, Peter. You're good.
It's funny because Sears could have been,
Yeah.
where Amazon is now, because they had the whole infrastructure in place for everything.
And the
You
customer
know,
base.
all they needed to do was add the online, but instead they got rid of their whole catalog and everything, and
They
they
went the
ended up
opposite
killing their own
direction.
company.
Yeah. There was a fork in the road, right? One company went left, one went right, and the one who went the right direction won.
Well, they didn't need to get rid of their existing customers or do anything. They just add the online, and then
Bifurcate.
they grow. That's all they had to do is add the online. Instead, they 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 added the online but got rid of everything else, and it's just sort of like, well, actually, I don't even know if they added I don't know what they did. Yeah, I think they
It
just
was
got rid
a
of their catalog.
yeah. I remember what happened. I remember listening about it. I think I had an aunt who worked for Sears, and she kind of said the same thing. Like she didn't understand it, but it was almost like I think it was kind of like a pride thing. Like it was a philosophy difference. Like a lot of people, some people believe this internet thing, it's going to be ridiculously huge, and other people were like, that's the most ridiculous thing they'd ever heard, and that there's no way in hell that thing's going to be a flash in the pan. It's not going to amount to anything. And the ones who took the gamble and said, no, we think this internet thing's going to be something pretty big. Those people may have been laughed at for a little while, but they're the ones who made out in the long run. And what happened now is the companies who were like, no, we're not going to do that. They either disappeared or they ended up having to get on board before it was too late.
And a lot of them got on board too late. And
Yes, correct.
I was just going to say, I think the smartest companies were the ones that they didn't change what they were doing other than to start adding the new stuff in too, and adding more as they saw it was growing more. And then they'd keep everything else. Or if they saw that they were losing business there, then they might start toning it back. But they were allowed to grow because they were flexible with everything. They could grow in whichever direction they needed to. Because if the new thing didn't turn out to be anything, then they could drop it because they didn't invest too much in it. But the ones, I think there's a lot of them that they took a gamble on stuff and they went full in the other direction. And for some of them that worked out, and some of them it was the end of their company.
Correct. And if you look back, oh, go ahead, get Fraggle. I was gonna say, if you look back, like in companies that did fail, a lot of them might have succeeded if they were born in if they were created in a different era where the internet
Reekwater
was
and
readily available.
conflict.
Nice. There we go. You declare war, then it'll lock it in after 10 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Like you can do whatever you want to. I've yet to be a part of attacking war where siege was like the thing that made or broke it. But hey, 3,000. I want a refund. Yeah, it could be. It could be have to do maybe the tiers of everything. I mean, I know like Evan scale was 7,500, 10,000, 15, but a lot of Evan scales refining was at tier 4 when we went to go do it. That's probably why. Yeah. Well, there you go. The only thing I would do is I would have somebody go down to the fort and just chill there, so it locks it in case they don't try to take it back. Because once it locks, you'll get that. We'll all get that crafting taxes minus 5% as Marauder's Spear. Once it locks. Oh no, you can declare it now. I would just have someone run down there and kind of just hold it before it locks, just to make sure it locks right. Once it declares, I think it's 10 minutes. Yeah, however long it takes to declare you the Vanguard. That's really all it takes.
You know, I will be ecstatic if we take Reekwater. It's one of my favorite territories.
There's some. All right, we got some Knights of Shadowhawk here, like a solid group. I
Oh,
don't know what they're doing.
that's the guy. That's their leader right there that I fought.
Yeah,
Anti
Shank.
Paladin.
Oh, well, their actual governor's Shank Nemesis.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Anti Paladin is the one that
But
fought.
I say we head down here real quick. Yeah, as you can see, they're looking at PvP missions or PvE missions. Oh yeah, it's too late for them to fight it. It's not too late for them to try to lock in the fort. Worst case scenario, we just go down here, chill, and then we can all fast travel out of there. This could be a little fight. I need to start making more repair kits. I really slept on repair kits early in this game. And I'm sure. I know. I just know I cost myself a lot of gold not using repair kits and just repairing things.
Well, it didn't really start to cost gold until you got to
Tier 5.
500 gear. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess you're right. I wish you could do with repair parts. I wish you could do with Azoth what you could do repair parts. I wish you could take Azoth and bottle
Yes.
it up into vials of Azoth.
I wish you
Just
could do
say,
it even at a significant, like only
Yeah,
50%,
they're all
like 100 or
PvP
50.
flagged, running right next to me, staring at me. You know, I'm like trying to make distance, go way off to the left.
if you guys get into a fight them. I'm gonna just keep running for the fort because I'm ahead.
I missed.
No, they're not fighting me yet. They're just running.
Oh, Helios signed up for Wizard. Yeah, more than likely. Yeah, when he set up that there's already in conflict with somebody here. They're trying to lock it in before the fight. So your boys kind of come. Yep.
What does locking it in do?
So you see, you get to keep the fort, which means that each fort has its own buff, right? This one is minus 5% crafting taxes for whoever owns it. So when he declared war, it's yeah. So when he declared war, and that's for all. That's not just in Reekwater. That's for all marauders on the map. Period.
I'm coming in on far left as arranged.
All right, I'm coming far right.
Oh, this is my
Got a
thing.
guy with a spear in here. They're here. Yeah, they're here. And that's the way it was. All right, you guys stay on the floor. I'm gonna go up top. And then I can see. Nah, I should be fine. But if I need anybody, I can just drop back. Did we kill them all?
They're dead.
No, they're all dead. All right. Yeah. Well, that's what we did. I mean, that's what we did. Um, for before we set up. Yeah. I mean, I think the one thing we really screwed ourselves on is we obviously didn't do that for the one fight we had at Everfall, because we went there and they were like, all right, we're going to flank to the right. And we ran to this damn lake that's right there. And as soon as we ran to the lake, everybody slowed down moving because you couldn't go through the damn water. And they just completely came from the side, just destroyed us. And I was like, obviously, no one scouted out the terrain to know that the lake was going to be a problem. We probably should have done left to right instead of right to left.
You see Shank in area chat.
I'll be honest, I shot first. I'll be honest. You know what I mean? I'm not the kind of be like, all right, let's ask questions later. I saw the guy taking the thing. I was like, nope, not happening. Shot. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My bad, dude. Yeah. No, like straight, like literally straight. My bad. You can tell it's my fault. I shot first. I'm not. I'm not even gonna try to. I saw the dude on the point and said, not happening. Oh shit! I fell off the edge. Is he around here? Because I don't want to fight him.
How do we lock?
It'll lock by itself. We just wait till it actually declares them the vanguard. Takes about 10 minutes. Gotcha. All the gotcha. I DM'd. I said, my bad, dude. I saw the dude on the point and I shot. Two. Let's see. I got 3 in my group. How many you got in your group? So 7. Yeah. 7 strong. Is any of their bodies still on the ground? I'm just saying. I'm just playing. Take it in front of all their dead bodies. But yeah. This you? Like question mark? Yeah. I think he's a little upset at the end when I haven't got a response. Yeah, they didn't push. So even though it did let everybody declare, anybody could have declared war in Eben scale, even though we literally pushed the entire bar, which I thought was weird. Even Byru was like, dude, we got like 4 members. I know for a fact no one pushed that bar. I don't know how in the hell it's letting me declare war.
Yo, are we really going to take yellow's only territory? Poor
Why are they
guys,
pushing?
bro. Yeah.
No, they pushed any colors. I mean, to be fair, there's only like 2 of them on the entire server anymore. Like Ironflower left, Latter-day Saints left. The guy who I guess Veep Land, I might be who Veep Gaming, and probably like 4 other dudes. There it is. Should be locked. And it is. Good job, boys. And just like that, war was declared. Alright, now I'm running back to sign up. Oh, you can. That's right. Right here at the outside. Gotcha. Makes sense. Oh, technically, I can just fast travel, right? There you go. Right. Oh yeah. I hate being being unproactive. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so nice. That last minute stuff really. Yeah, I agree with you.
It's awful. It's awful. There's enough to do. Oh, this one. Yeah, that was one of my biggest complaints. Period. I was like, dude, this is awful. Like, I'm not even
Right.
like it was stressing me out, and I wasn't even the one filling out the war report for these things.
All
And
right,
I'm like,
you want to do this Forecastle drift run?
oh my bad. I literally recalled already. Yeah, there you go. Let's see what the war board and it's looking like a pretty even fight. Neverfall 28 signed up for us, 21 for them. As of right now. Yeah.
Yo, Alt H turns the names off. Oh my god, bro, you're a godsend. So many times. You know how hard it is with a musketeer in a big fight when there ain't none but 300 little names, and
Right. I feel you on that one, bro.
healing AOE everywhere. You can't see shit.
Your crosshairs will go away.
Yeah, your crosshairs do go away. That's true.
Everything goes away.
That'll be all right. These crosshairs suck anyway. You
They do.
you gotta aim to the right of everything. Oh, I can pull the crosshair up on my monitor too. All right, Fort Castle Drift. All right, let's go.
Not the problem, dude.
Is that in the map? I never noticed that up there. Look in the top right, straight east of us. A big statue. You see that?
It's called future content.
Yeah, right. I think so, right?
Well, that's what's up.
It's on the border of Morningdale and Restless Shore. And then I found a zone barrier in Restless Shore on the. It's not a world barrier; it's a zone barrier, but it's just off the coast.
Yeah, I think I posted in one of the channels the map that was data mined from the preview. And so yeah, we've only got about a third of the map so far.
Guys, it's been fun. I'll see you at the wars, baby.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm gonna hop off here too, guys.
All right,
Have
have a
a
good
good
night,
one.
guys.
It's been a pleasure.
Oh, good night. Who's joined chess?
Hey, Franklin. Yeah. Or one other thing. Do you have fortifying sacred ground on any of your gear? Yeah, I got it. Right.
Yeah, you have to be 5'7". Yeah, to start getting 24 is 578. I just showed Chorizo that the deer's shit essences or quintessences. No, it's the deers.
Yeah, it's the deers. Yeah, the deer poop. I'm not for sure if the wolves poop also, but I know for sure the deers do.
Got to feed
Yeah, your
a
gear looks
deer
fine.
to the wolf.
Guys, we'll see y'all. Good to be with y'all. Okay, buddy. Okay, appreciate it. See you guys.
Okay.
Good night. Probably. Elric's on them? Elric's online? Oh.
Hey, did your guys' guy get to 200 jewel crafting yet or not yet?
Ooh. I should be. He's French Canadian. No, no, no. It's Canadian. It's French in Canada.
He's not French Canadian.
All right, so I guess it's
If you
just
call him French Canadian, he'd probably take it as an insult.
Yeah, sure. Either or is fine.
yeah. If you have a luck amulet, take it off. Yeah, a luck amulet actually gives you negative luck. They're bugged right now. Yeah.
I'm not. I have to get to a shrine to flag.
I didn't believe it either until I took mine off and started getting so many more legendaries.
Does that count for the earrings as well?
I think it's just the amulet right now.
Oh, there's the beacon. I walked right by it. Didn't even see it. Yeah, and I was noticing some inconsistency with like the common proficiency potion. Um where like sometimes it's hard to see if that you're actually getting any yield out of it because it's like I think 7% bonus. But then there were times where it was like, no, I'm getting less on everything. All right, so where are we heading to?
I'll have to look into that because I know I use the hell out of those things. So that would really affect me if it's true.
But it
I'll look
wasn't
into that.
consistent because I went out of the zone and then came back. When I went out of the zone, in the next zone, it was working. I never got any less. And then when I came back, it was working there. So I wasn't getting the reduced amount.
I know the zones have like bonuses. And I know Windsor's got a big gathering bonus for us.
Well, I know it was independent of that because when I started it, I tested out to see how much I was getting before the elixir. And then I put on the elixir to see. And then I was like, what? How am I getting less? And then I ran for it the whole 15 minutes. And every time I was like, I'm getting less. If anything, I'll get maybe one more than what I normally would get on average from whatever I was harvesting.
I got my first 7 got 7 Cinnabars today. First time ever getting a legendary mining up thing.